we have a team coming to the hotel to arrange your tests. So please, I've put in the group chat, either contact the, Dr. Nasir, do you want to raise your hand so everyone can see you? There he is. If you need a COVID test, go grab our colleague over there and he will help you out. We're arranging people to come to the hotel to slot anyone who needs COVID tests. So that's my little announcement. In terms of the schedule for today, I'll run through it really quick. We're going to do some more youth delegate introductions. So if anyone here has text that you'll do the speech and I've put in the group chat, so please come to the side of the stage because we're going to start those now. We also have some more panel discussions and then we have some more training sessions today. So we have myself, we have the USIDHR President Manuel Owancha, and we have Ali here, and we have our social media manager. We're all going to be doing trainings today, so it's going to be a very varied day with a very varied program, and we really hope you're all looking forward to it. We also have lunch again at 1 p.m, and then we are coming back here to do some more youth delegate introductions, panel discussions, and we have a little coffee break, a little rest for all of you, and we are coming back in here to do the award ceremony and all the group pictures where everyone will get their completion certificates, etc. We're very excited for that, just take some more pictures with you guys. And then tonight we also have the boat party. So everyone will need to be ready. I think the transport is coming to pick us up at around 7 o'clock from the hotel, so everyone needs to be dressed and ready by 7. We're going to start the delegate speeches now, so if you're making your way into the hall, please do so quietly. We're going to get the first speaker up. Okay, so first of all we have Zaid.
Good day, Your Excellencies. My name is Zaid and I'm from Yemen. I'm a freshman with very little background in the field of human rights. Nonetheless, this is an opportunity that I have seized to start my journey in taking action to whatever I can to make a better place for humans to live in and exist in a peaceful environment. Let me tell you about my country, Yemen. Yemen used to be home to many powerful and wealthy city-states and empires whose prosperity was largely based on the production of a range of exotic products. However, this once proud and successful nation has become the site of arguably the most significant violation of human rights of the 21st century. The Yemen Civil War began in September 2014 and has claimed a lot of lives in the process. It has been 7 years of starvation and war. Missiles leave citizens sleepless on most nights. The world seems to have forgotten Yemen, and the lives of people in Yemen have become a metaphor for terror. The news outlets are buzzing with Ukraine-Russia, and while that is a good thing, it is important to point out that Yemen deserves some of that attention too. Unfortunately, Yemen and Palestine are not the only countries suffering from violence and starvation. In fact, conflict is still a major challenge in Africa. Countries like Libya, South Sudan, Ethiopia, and others are enduring wars as I speak. Beyond being the victims of terrorism, Yemenis, a largely Islamic population, are often treated like terrorists themselves because of their religion. Terrorism has no religion, and discriminating against anyone on the basis of their religion is a blow to their fundamental human rights. It is important for me to speak on this because this discrimination has cost many people their happiness, safety, and even lives. Giving this speech here today is my first bold step toward advocating for universal human rights. It is our collective responsibility to stand with one another and help those in need as human beings. I will continue to stand by the words of Nelson Mandela. He said, "To deny people their human rights is to challenge their very humanity." It's time to let humanity win. There are always people out there who are in need of assistance. Let's go and find them and give them the help they need, and that is how we will make a significant change in the world. Thank you for listening.
That was amazing, thank you so much. Okay, next up we have Uma. If you want to make your way to the stage, you ready? Warm welcome, guys.
Happy Ramadan and greetings. Thank you for having me. Today the topic of my speech is very interesting for me, that is myself. And I think it will be a little boring for you to have to hear. My name is Majmil Babar and I'm from Pakistan. I'm a practicing lawyer over there, and I'm also running a film production house, that is VRC. What about my professional life? It is when I started practicing law field. So it was a great challenge and a task for me to join a criminal law practicing chamber, because there was a myth or there was a tradition that no woman can practice criminal law over there. So I contacted many leading chambers, many law firms to join them, but in return I didn't get any positive response. But luckily then, one leading firm agreed to having a female associate. So there my journey starts, and I get opportunity to deal with many national and international cases. Then in 2015, I thought, what about other women? Why they have no opportunity to deal with criminal laws, to practice the criminal law? Then in 2015, I established my own law firm that is purely a women criminal law practicing law firm, that is Women Associates. Since 2015, I have more than 40 female lawyers who are practicing there, who are delivering their volunteer services to many platforms, to many international and national NGOs, and we are also working voluntarily as a public prosecutor. Later on, Women Associates also nominated for many national and international awards. We also get a opportunity to be a media analyst and a legal analyst for many international and national media platforms. In 2015, Women Associates was nominated by African Bar Association and Islamabad Bar Association for their great achievements in human rights. Then, in 2020, Women Associates was nominated in 3 categories by Women in Law Awards by the Government of Pakistan and the US Consulate. Now, move to my media field. I am producing a film that is a big budget film of the Pakistan, and I'm hoping that with the law field, I will continue this field also, because I think the awareness of the right and to deliver the basic concept of the law is through media. It is the mega platform that I can touch. So my message to all is one that I like very much, that is, I slept and dreamed, life was beauty. I woke and found, life is duty. So leave your rest, do your best. God will help you in your rest. Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you very much. Another wonderful speech. Can we give a warm welcome to our next speaker? Here we have Maha.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Ramadan, Mubarak. My name is Maha Swed. I'm from Israel. I'm a group facilitator, personal trainer, and coach. And I'm a peace ambassador on behalf of the Universal Peace Council, chaired by Sheikh Hassan Badr. I'm a mother of 3, and my native tongue is Arabic. English considered as a third language for me after Arabic and Hebrew. I belong to a small community called Druze al-Muwahhidun, who believe in one God, and we also believe in reincarnation. And I'm going to talk about a very sensitive subject, suicide among teenagers. I just want to say that our faith and belief are so similar to the faith and belief faith and belief and the traditions of the Muslims who live in the Middle East. Recently, I have been working with the parents and the family members of teenagers who had committed suicide. And I tend to believe that suicide is not fate. Almost every year, almost 500 people take their life in Israel. 100 of them are young, under the age of 25. And the age is only decreasing. Among teenagers in Israel, this is one of the two common causes of death. Sorry, I missed my point. Along with the road accidents, unfortunately. Various studies around the world show that have been showing that suicide is not distant, and it can certainly be prevented. Despite the stigma that whoever wants to commit suicide will succeed at whatever if we will do something or not. And also that even in my community, they believe that there is a next life. Reality shows otherwise. The suicidal person is in conflict, and along with the desire to die, he also wants someone to listen to him, and someone to see him, and to give him another solution. And sorry, and this is the topic that I want to continue to work on in the future by workshops that their main objectives are to raise awareness about this sensitive subject and about the signs that teenagers might express and by listening and giving full attention without any judgment. Also, by giving hope that each problem has more than a solution. Hopefully, the teenagers will understand that suicide is a permanent solution to a temporary problem.
tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Namaste everyone. My name is Shreen Abraham. I am 24 years old and an MBA student. I am representing my country of birth and heritage, India. I will also be bringing an Australian perspective since I've lived there for over 18 years. My introduction to human rights started at a very young age, maybe similar to a lot of others, with watching the news every night with my family. As I've grown up, my passion for human rights has not wavered. I have wanted to be a lawyer for as long as I can remember, and God willing, I hope to join a law program in the future. At present, though, human rights has morphed into a personal quest to pursue justice and find peace. Since 2011, my family and I have experienced various human rights issues at a government and domestic level, a lot of which have to do with corruption and discrimination. We have been campaigning for change and remedy, and our fight continues. Many a times we have been asked by people, why bother with this? Why not just drop the issue and move on? I've been thinking about the answer, trying to figure out why it is that we do bother ourselves. Sometimes I feel the urge to run away from it all, or just move on. Well, I found my answer in a book I'm currently reading, Shantaram by Gregory David Roberts, the perfect Australia meets India book. When considering the plight of young Indian children who are inevitably human trafficked and used as slaves, Gregory questions why we even consider improving society when it only leads to a new set of problems that society has to deal with. I realize it is not our concern if society will ever improve or ponder the conditions of our existence, but it is our responsibility for the time that we spend here to advocate for the lives of others who face discrimination, persecution, or peril, to help the downtrodden, and to fight for peace and equality. Whilst this may be a mirage in the desert, it can also be our hot springs of hope. Every life that we can impact and improve is for the betterment of mankind. During my time here at the Youth Summit, I have discussed issues of religious freedoms, press freedoms, and the fight to eradicate corruption. Thank you and for giving this time.
Thank you for another wonderful speech. So we have our last, who is Mohammed Anas. Are you ready? Give him a warm welcome, everyone.
Greetings, ladies. I hope you all are in health. I am Mohammed Rahman from Pakistan, and trust me, it's been a pleasure for me to be among the top youth leaders of the world and such a great and influential personalities of the world. First of all, I want to thank the United States Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights for providing me a chance of a lifetime to speak in front of all of you. And all the credit goes to our organizing team for organizing such a great event. I've been an advocate of human rights since my childhood because I used to raise the voice for my brother and sister when my parents beat them. It started from my house. So I was the advocate at that time of human rights that please don't beat my sister, don't beat my brother. I'll stand for it. So I got it from there. Okay, so after that, when I was in my community, I saw that people are not well aware in my area with the human rights they have and with the human rights others have. It is because of the high illiteracy rate in my area. Because most of the people, they leave their studies after primary education. And the human rights as a subject is taught at university level minimum. So when I researched this problem from the grassroots level, I came up with the solution. I thought that we, the violation of human rights. I proposed a solution that why not we incorporate a subject of human rights from a kindergarten level, from the basic level of studies. It will be designed mere introducing the names, definitions, and all the laws and policies which United Nations charters, which the local policies and laws which safeguard the rights of people, they will be introduced in those subjects. And it will get upgraded with every grade, with every class. And trust me, such summits, such conferences, and some campaigns have been arranged by me in my country to provide awareness to the people of my country. I can name one of the campaign, and maybe it will be beneficial for one of you that you can arrange it in your country as well. That we arranged a campaign named Pledge Away to Ambulance. And we reached to each and every school and college here in my country, and we gave them the presentation that yes, when you are on the road, you are the students, you have to pledge a way to the ambulance. Similarly, we arranged a conference on the implementation of sustainable development goals in Pakistan. This is the knowledge, these are the basic criteria which every person should know. And when we will incorporate this subject from the basic level, people will know that what rights they have and what rights they have, they have to protect the other rights as well. They should not violate the rights of others, and they have to protect their own rights. They have to stand up for themselves. And trust me, I'm here, I've got a lot of exposure, a lot of experience from each and every one of you, from each corner of the world. And trust me, when I use the word blessed, I mean it because people in my country, they're gonna be blessed. Because one of their representatives is here, and he has got all the experience and exposure of you people. And I'm gonna take it back to my country, and I'm gonna give it to each and everyone there. And I'm going to share that how people in the world, like people in Africa, people in America, people in Europe, and people in Asia, and in each and every region, how they protect human rights. What is their approach? What a broad view they have. And it will gonna help me to overcome this problem in my area. So please, at the last, I would like to say thank you. And please come to Pakistan. I'm inviting all of you, be my guest. Be our guest. Stay safe, stay blessed, stay happy. Fi amanillah.
Thank you so much. Another wonderful speech. We actually have, I'm going to welcome our founder, Isabel Doyle, to the stage, who has some more special announcements to make. Isabel, would you like to go to the stage?
Good morning. How are you all doing? I hope you had a great evening last night in Istanbul celebrating. We are at the final day of the official talks of this part of the summit. I'm so grateful having everyone here. Again, many thanks for yesterday. Yesterday we had amazing speeches by many personalities, the mayor of Akbular, Queen Mother, Sheikh Hassan Badr, His Excellency Hussein Ismail. Thank you, all of you, for honoring us with your presence. Now, it's my true honor to introduce somebody special who came from very far away to honor us with his dear presence. So without further ado, it is my honor and pleasure to announce and to introduce our next guest speaker, a very special guest coming all the way from Democratic Republic of Congo, Honorable Gentini Gobila, the Governor of Kinshasa, the capital of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Please applause. Your Excellency, everyone on the stage. Thank you.
J'aimerais d'abord vous saluer, Messieurs les invités, Mesdames et Messieurs. Je vous salue. Je suis peut-être le seul ici à parler français, ça me dérange, mais c'est la langue avec laquelle je communique depuis mon jeune âge.
I'm very pleased to come here. I'm the only one who speaks French in this assembly, so it's normal. This is my language we use in Congo.
Je voudrais avant toute chose remercier l'organisatrice de cet événement, Madame Isabelle Vladoui, qui nous a permis de nous retrouver ici aujourd'hui.
I first of all thanks to Madam Isabel to welcoming us over here and to represent our country. Thank you for this big job she's doing.
Bon, il m'a été demandé de parler de la jeunesse, de l'interaction de la jeunesse dans la paix à travers le monde, notamment les cas de la République démocratique du Congo.
She asked me to talk about the peace and the youth in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Le cas de notre pays est assez particulier parce que le pays est en proie à la guerre à des différents groupes armés depuis pratiquement 26 ans.
The case of our countries, there are so many war, especially in the east of Congo.
Alors, il est difficile de parler de la paix sans parler de la réconciliation du peuple.
It's very difficult to talk about peace without reconciliation of people.
La guerre qui sévit dans la partie est de la République démocratique du Congo, c'est une guerre injustement imposée.
The war that is happening in the east of Congo, it's very injustice imposition.
C'est une guerre venue de l'extérieur et pour donner une connotation nationale, on recrute des jeunes garçons, également des jeunes filles aussi, qu'on forme à la va-vite pour donner la mort à leurs propres frères et sœurs dans la partie est, je veux dire ici, dans la partie est de notre pays, dans la province de Nord Kivu et du Sud Kivu.
It's an industrial war that people or the rebel use the younger people, especially women and boys and the younger men, to kill people each other, to kill themselves, to not creating any basis to give like afraid people to not giving them any or allow them any opportunity to develop themselves.
Depuis le début de cette guerre, c'est-à-dire en 1996, le Congo a perdu près de 9 millions de gens, 9 millions de population, sans compter les différents viols subis par les femmes.
Since the war started, so many people have been killed by this war. And the violence armies have been used to kill people, especially in Congo, especially in North Kivu, Bukavu, and Goma.
Les différents groupes armés utilisent le viol comme étant une arme de guerre.
The different armies, they use the violence like in war armies to kill people.
C'est pour cela, depuis mon petit propos, j'ai parlé plus de la réconciliation.
Is that why at the beginning of my speech I told that there must be reconciliation of people?
Les différents groupes armés qui tiennent cette partie du pays en otage s'organisent en même temps pour sécuriser cette population. Il est difficile de protéger et de sécuriser quelqu'un que vous avez violé, quelqu'un à qui vous venez de tuer le frère, le sœur et quelquefois les parents.
Some different groups, some different army groups, they keep on secreting people. Secreting people as they use those younger people. So it's very difficult to secure them, and that's why we are working on it to give peace.
c'est pour cela qu'il est très important de parler de la réconciliation et de nos populations avant de leur parler de la paix, parce qu'ils vivent une situation infrahumaine.
That's why we have to talk about infrastructure, industrialization, creating jobs, because we cannot talk about peace without those material, without those ways. So we need in our in DRC to create first of all the pieces.
En ce qui concerne la paix dans le monde, la paix passe essentiellement par la réconciliation de peuple. En ce qui concerne d'abord notre pays dans sa partie est.
That concerns the peace, especially in the east of Congo. So we need to talk about reconciliation of people.
Et avant cette réconciliation, il faudrait aussi passer par la fin de la guerre. Aussi longtemps qu'il y a la guerre, il est difficile pour nous de réconcilier notre peuple.
As the war still, it's very difficult to find any solution. Reconciliation is the best key for the peace.
C'est pour cela que j'aimerais que l'assistance ici puisse le savoir. Depuis l'avènement de notre président, de notre actuel président de la République, Félix-Antoine Tshisekedi, les différents groupes armés commencent à battre en retraite du fait que nos forces armées commencent à maîtriser de plus en plus la situation.
Since the population elected a new president, Mr. Excellence Felix Antoine Tshisekedi, those rebel groups started going back. They are afraid because there is a little bit hope and there is a little bit solution.
La dernière en date, c'était le 12 février du mois dernier. Il y a tout un aéroport qui était pris en otage pendant 18 ans et cet aéroport servait de transporter les minerais vers les pays voisins.
From February 12, there were airports that have been taken by rebel, and those natural resources have been taken from that way. I mean, they've been using that way to send out the natural resources.
D'accord. Pratiquement depuis 18 ans, cet aéroport a servi à transporter l'or, le platine et le cobalt.
It's been 80 years that those airports have been used to assimilate outside the natural resources, especially cobalt and so on.
C'est vrai, il est important de sensibiliser les jeunes pour la paix dans le monde, mais il est aussi très important de sensibiliser les puissances de ce monde.
It's very important to sensibilize the young from the world in DRC and those people.
Je disais donc qu'il est important de sensibiliser les puissances de ce monde qui ont tendance à utiliser les groupes armés pour profiter de la faiblesse du pays afin de piller les ressources d'un pays comme le nôtre. On parle d'un pays riche, d'un pays qui regorge plus de 40% de matières, de 40% des minéraux les plus importants du monde, mais cependant, ce peuple souffre, le peuple vit dans la misère.
It's very, very important to sensibilize those strong people in the world. And it's 40% of natural resources goes out from Congo, and the population, they don't get any got any resource. They keep on going down in poverty.
Alors pour cette population d'ISIS qui vit dans la misère, dans la guerre depuis plus de 26 ans, il est difficile pour les jeunes de cette partie du pays d'écouter le message de la paix que vous pouvez leur apporter.
It's very, very difficult for the young from that side of the Congo to test on in that space from Congo, because it's been like 26 years that they are suffering a lot.
Parce que leur quotidien est fait finalement de guerre et de viol. Et chaque jour qui passe, ils ne vivent que ça. Viol, guerre et famine.
Every day is passed, those people that are suffering violence, no food, war, and insecurity.
Il y a un adage français qui dit « ventre affamé n'a point d'oreille ». Quelqu'un qui a faim, il est difficile pour lui de vous écouter.
There is one citation from French that said, a stomachache without any food, you cannot listen in anything.
Donc, c'est-à-dire aucun message de paix, aussi important, aussi intéressant soit-il, ne pourra remplacer leur soif d'en finir, d'en découdre avec la guerre et de ramener la paix dans leur contrée.
Non-peace message can give them a fulfillment. If we still talking about the war in the world and in my country, DRC.
Alors, j'invite les organisateurs de ces forums, j'invite également les hommes de paix, les hommes épris de paix, les hommes et les femmes épris de paix à travers le monde, de faire un grand plaidoyer afin que la guerre de notre pays, la guerre d'occupation d'ailleurs, de la partie est de notre pays puisse se terminer.
I would like to invite the peace women, men, younger, to organize a big peace in the world and in my country, DRC.
Parce que tout le peuple du monde aspire à la paix, aspire au développement, aspire au bien-être, aussi bien social qu'économique. Le peuple de l'Est de notre pays aspire également à la paix que tout le monde entier voudrait avoir sur lui.
All the people need the peace, especially from the east of the country. Those people need the peace. So that's why I ask you, I want you, or I wish to get peace in DRC.
Dans la partie est de notre pays, il y a beaucoup d'organismes qui travaillent pour amener la paix, mais j'ai l'impression que on ne travaille pas assez pour on ne travaille pas assez pour finir la guerre.
There are so many NGOs, so many institutions of peace. We think that they don't push themselves, they don't give themselves to make a peace. So you can see so many NGOs have been creating every day. So if we are together, I think we'll finish that peace. I mean the war.
C'est-à-dire que la paix dans la partie est de notre pays passe par un préalable qui est la fin de la guerre.
So the peace from the east should be or must pass by stopping the war.
On a beau envoyer des messages de paix dans la partie est du pays, dans tout le pays d'une façon générale, mais tant qu'il y aura cette guerre injustement imposée à notre peuple, il est difficile pour cette population de comprendre le message de paix qu'on leur amène.
Since the war still there in east of Congo, it's very, very difficult as people to understand the peace messenger.
J'espère que les différentes personnalités ici présentes vont pouvoir amener le message que nous avons donné ce matin à leur gouvernement, afin que tout le gouvernement du monde puisse travailler afin que la paix revienne dans l'Est de la République démocratique du Congo. La paix revienne.
I hope all those government of this assembly unite in this summit. So I want you, or I wish you, to give your hand, to give your help to finish the stop that were from Congo. Since the war still, there won't be any peace.
Ok, encore une fois, j'aimerais remercier celle qui nous a invités, c'est-à-dire Madame Isabelle Louis, à participer à ce forum. Infiniment merci, Madame Louis. Et la prochaine fois, je pense que à Kinshasa, nous organiserons avec son concours des forums que nous sommes en train de participer ici. Donc la prochaine fois, ça pourrait être déjà ça, c'est possible.
So I think next step or next year we can organize this assembly or this summit in DRC. Is it possible? So I would like to thank Mrs. Isabel and all the organizers. Thank you and good day.
Thank you very much for honoring us with your presence, for coming all the way to represent your community. We are so grateful, and your speech was so inspiring, so dedicated. And it is the will of the people where the next Youth Summit is going to happen. Thank you. So we would like to honor you with our greatest appreciation on behalf of USIDHR. We want to honor you for your unwavering support and dedication to inspiring young leaders. You are being honored today with much appreciation and gratitude. Thank you very much. Patience and don't go. Please hold this for a second. I'll give it back. Thank you. And we do have another surprise for you, your entire delegation, and first of all, for your beloved president of the country. We want to award him as well for his support to the young leaders in helping bring peace to the Democratic Republic of Congo. So I please you to accept this gift and award on his behalf. Thank you.
Can you repeat, please?
This award is presented to His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi. To His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, for his unwavering support and dedication in helping inspire young leaders. Thank you for accepting this award.
Pour nous avoir nous avoir encouragés de participer dans ce sommet des jeunes. Et voilà, nous sommes là avec les gouverneurs et nous avons parlé de la paix et de toutes ces choses.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
J'aimerais exprimer toute ma gratitude à votre organisation, Madame Isabelle, d'avoir décerné ces trophées à mon président qui ne cesse de travailler jour et nuit d'arrache-pied pour ramener, d'abord, finir la guerre dans la partie est de notre pays et de cette façon ramener donc la paix dans notre pays, donc la paix dans le monde. Encore une fois, merci beaucoup. Et c'est pour nous un honneur de recevoir ces trophées dédiés au président de la République, qui est pratiquement le champion de la paix dans notre pays.
I'm very, very happy and I attend this summit of the organizer for this summit, and I will give this award, this trophy, to our president. So he keep on working to create peace in our country, especially the east of Congo, and give hope, because he's the only one who promoted that peace.
And at the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights, we would like to offer you our support and the President and the entire country of the Democratic Republic of Congo in terms of providing our educational programs, the Human Rights Leader Certificate and the Human Rights Consultant Certificate, to help empower the younger generation and help them become true advocates for tolerance and peace.
L'Institut de démocratie et des droits de l'homme fait assez que ces sommets vous encourage et vous donne l'espoir et s'engage à ce que ce sommet ait un impact positif au sein de la jeunesse congolaise et elle va vous appuyer partout dans l'organisation de certaines activités à venir. Et elle souhaite encore remettre un certificat des droits de l'homme et la démocratie pour la jeunesse. Thank you very much.
Give a round of applause, please. Thank you very, very much for honoring your presence to the governor of Kinshasa. And also, I want you to give a big round of applause for our young leader and delegate who has actually helped translate this entire time. What a great opportunity at this Youth Summit this year for a delegate from a country to visit and meet with his leadership here in Turkey. So thank you very much. I'll invite back Olivia on stage because we are having the panel discussion next.
We are indeed having a panel discussion next, so we're just going to do a little bit of furniture rearrangement and then we have a panel discussion. And then anyone who didn't get their opportunity, who was supposed to be in the running order this morning to do their speech, we will try and fit you in after the panel discussion. Thank you very much, guys. We're going to just put some music on for a second whilst we didn't hear me. I'll try to be subtle. I'll go past them.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today.
since 6 years. I'm also young as well, but I started working in civic engagement sector since I was 16. I spoke at United Nations when I was 18, believe me. And for that, since it's been 4 years, I have been working with different international organizations and I've been representing Pakistan. My name is Amatur and I'll be the host for this conversation. So we'll start with the introduction for these delegates and we'll go back to different questions as well.
Hello everyone, my name is Omar. I'm a Palestinian citizen of Israel. I'm 17 years old. I'm currently a high school student, and I'm very excited to our panel.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Aziza. I'm from Kyrgyzstan. It's in Central Asia. So I'm 19 years old and I'm currently studying in the university. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Namaste, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Anirudh Giri and I'm a 22-year-old law student from New Delhi, India. I am also the co-founder of the Gopla Foundation and have served as the global well-being envoy to the Reimagining Society and a member of the United People Global. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum. I am Sulaimah from Pakistan. I'm currently studying in BSc Politics in IR. I have been working with different forums in Pakistan to improve gender equality, and I'm working with many women organizations for gender empowerment.
So before moving on to the questions, I want to tell more about the role of youth in civic engagement and how it can lead to making a great leaders. Because we think and we believe that the policy makers and decision makers should include young people like us in the decision making process. You know what? Why? Because the policy they are making, the decision they are taking is for us. It's for us as young people who will be impacted through those policies. So if we are not at the part of the table and we are not at the table discussing these issues, those solutions, how we can know that these will affect us or will be good for us. So I think and I believe and I think that you would probably agree with me that role of youth in this and policy process will be more important in coming future, and it is right now. To do that, I must say that we all start as social activists, as a young leader of their communities, through civic engagement, by doing volunteer work in our communities at the grassroots levels. You all have been here just because you've been doing some great work in your communities, and I want you guys to do more to be leaders in your communities. How we can achieve that? Because when we will be the part of the communication, when we will be serving in the decision making and the policy making group, we can make difference. I am a student and I serve in the National Youth Council of Pakistan. What we do in National Youth Council of Pakistan, we advise the government on the legislation process on the youth issues which we are facing in Pakistan. So what we do is we identify the youth issues in Pakistan. We tell the government, okay, this needs to be done. You need to add this to your legislation because we can debate, we can talk, we can write a lot of things. But what makes the real change? Getting it done through policy. We all can talk about a lot of things, we can all brag about something. But what needs to be done is, how it goes through in your community. So we need to identify how you can make a real change. By telling this, I would like to ask Umar that how are you making change in your communities and what steps have you taken to make real impact in your community?
So first of all, I forgot to mention that, of course, I will be representing my people, people of Palestine, who live inside Palestine and outside in the world. I have a friend. Okay, so basically, I'm gonna give just a bit of introduction on the off topic. In Palestine, we have a systematic ethnic cleansing that have been going on since 1948. People are suffering, living in houses that have been there for 60 years. I have a friend from Sheikh Jarrah in Jerusalem, which is the targeted neighborhood by Israel. I've been I'm going there always to protest. I've been in protest against the people that were jailed. And actually, this summit will be my first step. I'm already 17, so this is my first human rights summit that I'm attending. Thank you.
I would like to know more what steps you have taken in your communities. I would like to know one of your projects or one of your campaigns which you have done for your communities. I would like you to tell people that how has you made change in your community.
Okay, so because I live under the regime, I also study with the Nigerian students. We came to try find peace in our region. We study in international school and we work on that project. We're trying to reconcile our thoughts so we can live more peacefully in our region.
Yes, that's great. And I think that in today's world, living in peace, harmony, and with different religions, and like the Sheikh was saying last day, we have to respect each other's belief in order to coexist.
Go on.
So I believe that we all can coexist and live peacefully by, accepting each other's beliefs and each other's opinions. For Aziza, I know you're from Central Asia, and we've been doing some amazing projects over there. I would like you to tell about your achievements and your social projects, any social action plan you have taken in your community.
So basically, I was part of many great projects before during my school years and during my university. But the projects that I have initiated in myself are the basketball for all for children with autism, art with children, also for children with autism, and also with many other projects for children from orphanages that I have initiated as part of the volunteer club in my university. So what I'm expecting from this summit is to be part of this act of adding voices to the community of diverse people that generate not only new ideas but also helps people understand that different perspectives exist and that they even adapt behavior of the people all around the world. So that's basically it.
Great. And what would you think that you have met, I'm sure you have met many great and amazing people in this summit. Do you think that these networks or the connections you have made will give you any benefit, or the community you are going to will make any benefit to them as well?
Yeah, of course. Once you currently I'm a member of the United People Global Leadership Program, it's a program that unites all the people around the world and helps them initiate different projects that address all these 19 United Nations SDG goals. And I really want to initiate a project that brings global perspective and helps people to find new opportunities since it's a big problem in our country. And I want to also subside the stereotypical mindset that kind of pigeonholes us with constraints, and it doesn't allow many students to get out of the comfort zone and do something new and make a contribution to their communities.
We had a speech from Mr. Fawad Afridi, who is the CEO of Scholarship Corner, and the guy's been doing an amazing job by creating a network of scholarships, international opportunities. So maybe you can connect with him, and he might be able to guide you to do that in your country as well. So I'll move to Anirudh. Tell me about you and the work, amazing work you've been doing in your community. And we would like you to tell people as well.
Thank you so much, sir, for that introduction. I have worked with various NGOs in the past. I was working as a tutor for the Safera Basti Welfare Foundation. And then I went to the beautiful country of Greece. I worked there for a month and a half. I was a volunteer. at an old age, hope I can make peace and so forth. So amazing people, had some amazing experiences, and then I came back to my own country and I started my own NGO. So it is called the Woke Lawyer Foundation. So it is a global peace building platform where we have people from over 30 countries coming together and discussing various social issues, laws, policies, and everything in that domain. So we have perspectives from all around the world. If there is a law in India that we are discussing currently, then we have an opinion from Japan, we have an opinion from someone from the US. So I think that gives us a much broader perspective of a lot of things. Along with this, we have another extension to this NGO. We have various social initiatives, and the most successful out of all of them was one where we tried to provide people who actually need legal help. We connected them with people who are willing to do pro bono work. So if I'm a lawyer and I want to help people, I can only do that when I see somebody who needs my help, or somebody approaches me for help, even if I am willing to do pro bono work. So we find those lawyers who are willing to do it, and then we connect them with people who don't have any sort of resources to pay lawyers. So one of the biggest problems is for enforcement of human rights, you need some sort of legal mechanism. And I feel like in a country like India, where there is a lot of poverty in specific areas, I think people don't have enough resources to reach the lawyers in the first place. And even if they do, not all of those lawyers are actually good. So we try to bridge that gap, we try to be that connection between these lawyers and the people living in destitute.
Access to law is generally the basic human rights one person has had during the past years, and if someone can have the guidance and the mentorship from the legal perspective, I think it can definitely help them. We have a session, training session by Mr. Ali Khalil on this legal perspective as well. I think the audience will have more benefit from this. I'll move to the other. Zillium, I want to know more about your work, but you said that like you're working for the women empowerment program. So can you tell me a specific example of the project which has, you know, impacted a real-time community? And I would also like to know, apart from the women community, did you work on the transgenders community or the people with the disabilities? Because we've been seeing, we've been talking about inclusion, but we always talk about men and women. We hardly talk about the transgender. We hardly talk about the people with disabilities because those are the people in our community as well. So I would like to talk. I would like you to tell me if you have as any work for the women and the other sector as well.
So basically, I am president for the SDG Society at my city, and I have been working with different orphanages, different NGOs. So for the transgender community, what I did was in my most recent assignment with the so I was working on police board. So I introduced a third gender recruitment plus people with disabilities recruitment. So I had made more criteria. They're working on actually implementing it. Plus, for my STG society, I'm actually working on gender equality. So we made a plan that we create internships for the young students in the orphanages and NGOs and places where people do not have access to awareness campaigns, where people lack awareness. So students from different universities, they go there and they educate, they volunteer to work there for a week or two.
All right, Umar, again, I would like people of Palestine to have an access of international standard education. I want them, I mean, I have many friends from Palestine, they've been studying in different countries, be it US, Europe, Canada, Australia. I mean, how can we, or how can you, as an individual or as an organization, can help them to, reach more opportunities like these conferences, maybe masters or PhD scholarships? I know they know about them, but we need to create more awareness regarding them. Do you think, or how do you think that we can help them?
Okay. I think I think you met people from Palestine around the world, not okay. So I think the way that to reach these programs to them is basically using social media and sharing your platform, what are you doing, and I'm sure a lot of them will be interested in living in under occupation for 73 years, and I think a lot of them will be interested in this kind of things. So they just need the opportunity to someone share it with them or spread it. I don't know specifically how would you, but the first thing that came to my mind is social media right now, and I think a lot of them will be interested.
You definitely think that these conferences and maybe paid webinars can really help them to make great exposure to national community as well as those international scholarships we mastered or PhDs. Aziza, we have had some sessions in Central Asia. Again, I would like you to tell me that, and the audience as well, that how you made the impact in your communities and how the more organization. Let's talk more about the gender equality, like the question I asked to Zilem. The same is for you.
I would agree that the social media is the key to promote every project that we initiate. I think that what else is to find your community that is close to you and find a problem that really is really serious in your community and try to find the solutions in order to find the proper way and because I think, for instance, in our country we face a lot of gender inequalities and females are even unemployed. I think that there still exists a lot of prohibited pressures for women, and I think that the reason was to care about their health, but I don't think that education is the right way to solve this problem. I think that, for instance, we could make the terms in the professions more safer, so to give women equal opportunities as given also for men in our country, so they can have equal salaries, equal opportunities, and so on.
So Anirudh, again, the question is that we have great people in this summit under one single roof. What do you think attending this USIDHR Youth Summit and how it can benefit you and how will you do after going back?
Right. So I believe that I come from a very diverse country with every changing state, the language changes. So I just want to say that look at us right now. We are as colorful as we could be in our different dresses, in our different languages, still talking about the same issues, trying to find a common platform. So I think in this, the essence of this conference in itself, the essence of inclusivity, the essence of unity and diversity is something that I would like to take back. I have to deal with a lot of people from different cultures, and I feel like I have learned something today. I've learned how to find a common platform and then work upon it.
That's right. And Zil, the last question, what is the one thing you would like to take back to Pakistan from this summit?
So I'm planning to do a SDGs conference in Pakistan this summer. So I kind of learned a lot from this summit. Well, I will be inviting a lot of people from the same summit because we youth can do a lot. We can change the world. We are the next leaders.
Yes, that's right. And I think great networks, and I look forward to see these faces in Pakistan, since I'm from Pakistan as well. So we welcome you over there, and we hope to see you again. Thank you so much. We'll have a picture over there.
Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today.
We residents of capital city think about the Papua region. First, it's hours of unpaved road travel. Also, there is an epidemic disease there. We think we might lose signal for most of the time, and it will be expensive to just buy our basic needs. And there will be a difference in language and style. And we expect a wage stairs, separation movement, and civil attack. I know that sounds super scary, and the list can go on. But at least, this is what the media portrays about West Papua. We spent a month or 2 months selecting hundreds and hundreds of project ideas by the process of elimination.
All we think about in our mind is how to shorten this socio-economic gap between the east and west region of Indonesia and how to modernize this tribe. I think we act all high and mighty that time. To tell you the long story short, it was all thrown out of the window after experiencing 7 days and 18 hours of sea travel with full of drama. We were short on food supplies, we were sleep deprived, and not funny. All we wanted to do is to just eat each other alive. Instead, we were welcomed warmly by the tribe. They for us, here go back water for us, and for a place to live. Basically, we were at the mercy of them. Living with them more than a week, we were humbled by God's wisdom. Papua is the land with which is heavily blessed with minerals, gold, biodiversity. It's a heavenly land with all kinds of produce that could grow there. Many of the ancient tribes just choose to live humbly in order to preserve their land and gorgeous nature. It's such a sign that their good means are not equipped by the basic tools of human needs in this era of technology and globalization. The socio-economic gap has always been an issue in Papua. One of the highlights is the lack of quality education, besides of the lack of infrastructure. Okay, so here is the facts. They go to school only twice a week in the village, and they always have a very, very long holiday. Only one middle school and one high school, and it is located in the center of the capital of the state. Only few of them are able to attain quality education, and they are usually separated from the family since they were young. It is unacceptable for the youngster and their family to sacrifice so much just to have what we all have that is easy and accessible. I understand the government has a lot of issues to resolve. I hope inclusive education is one of them. Thank you, and it's my honor to present this case.
Thank you very much. We have another speech from Bahrain. Are you ready? She seems ready at the side of the stage. Are you ready? Yeah?
Hello, everyone. And first of all, I want to thank everyone here to create this opportunity for us to shine and create change that we deserve for humanity and for all the children and all the humans around the world. And actually, I didn't write any speech, and I wasn't ready, so I'm just gonna tell you my story, and hopefully I will not be so boring. So, first of all, my name is Bahrain, which means Snow White in my mother language, which is Kurdish, which I have today. Represent. And it's an honor to be here talking about Kurdistan because it was not very familiar to any nation. It was not even in books. It was not written anywhere. And till today, I don't have a flag. I don't have a language. I don't have a land to represent me, which are everywhere. And we are the oldest nation in the world. In Mesopotamia, and the first writing is in my country. So here now, I'm just speaking to you for my country and for all the revolutions that started to make me be able to be here right now, for you to know me, know my country. So thank you again, and it's a great honor to tell you what I was doing, to be able to be here. I've been working with United Nations for immigration for 12 years till today, and I've learned a great deal of how to be a human rights person and how to be an environmental person. Because without a good environment, without zero war, we are not good human beings. Our nature is polluted. We have to preserve the nature so that we can be able to have a good life and a healthy life. We all are responsible for our small homes that we are living in. What about the nature which take care of us? So we have to think bigger than this. There's a creator who created us, despite of the religions, despite of the nationalities. We are all human, blood and bone. Did you see anyone has a green blood or any other color? No. We are all human beings. So we have to first think about our land to protect it. Then think about who's the best. The brain will decide that. Not if I'm white or I'm black or I'm Kurdish or I'm Arab or I'm British. No. This is a no. Yeah. The brain will decide that. So I'm just praying for every humanity, every human being to think just like someone who thinks more than its time. We have to think above our time. Create your environment, then decide who you are. And thank you. I don't want to bother you.
We also have a CD. Are you in here? I have a gift for you to give to our founder, Isabella. Can we have a round of applause for CD please coming to the stage to present our founder today?
Hi everyone. My name is Sidi from Mali, West Africa. I'm very happy to be with you today. And I'm not going to give a speech, but I would like to give a gift to the founder, Isabel. In my culture, this gift called Chiwa. It is the best gift in our culture. It's given to hard workers. Like all year, they choose one of the best farmer, best hard worker to help with this gift. That's the way when I was coming, and I think Isabel is doing it. She's doing the best hard work. And we have to give her this. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sidi. That's so thoughtful. Thank you everyone for believing in necessarily me, but believing in what we do here, because we truly do it for you, for humanity, for being able to spread all this knowledge that we have accumulated as young leaders, as hosts of these events. We want to share it with you, with the world, so that you have something when you go back to your region, to your country, to your nation, you can inspire along the way others. So the simple fact that you're here says a lot about you all. So for this next portion, I just came on stage because we are continuing with our human rights leader training. You all know that we all need to receive a certificate at the end of it. So I'm so glad that everyone found their way to the room, because we have some special trainings and presentations from our team members today. So we ask you to be kind and bear with us, because this is the knowledge we specifically tailor-made these different programs and presentations for you, so that you have the exact tools, the strategies, the techniques, and the knowledge and the action plans. So when you go back to your community, you are able to instantly implement. I think, without repeating myself, I already mentioned this many times. This is not a regular youth summit. This is not the type of summit that we just see each other, exchange culture, networking, and so forth. I want you to actually leave here with practical knowledge, so that you can implement human rights everywhere. So without further ado, it is now my pleasure to introduce one of our team members who has done an incredible job. She has been with us for 2 years now, and she actually started as an intern with us. So you can see we value opportunities of growth within our organization. She's now part of our board of directors, and she's our senior research associate. Without further ado, my pleasure to introduce Ms. Olivia Flovell for our next presentation.
It's very strange being not the host, but actually being the presenter. So, oh, thank you. Yeah, I was just about to. Thank you so much. Let me see if I know how to use it. Yeah. If I didn't know how to use it, I'd be a bit concerned, because there are only 2 buttons on this thing, but you never know. So, I'm going to talk about what I know best, which is research, but I'm not going to do the traditional route of academia, because I know a lot of you in here, you know academia, you know how to write an essay, you know how to write a research paper, many of you have PhDs, you're very qualified, and you know what you're doing, you know how to do it. But when you leave academia, and when you start out on your own, you might not necessarily be a member of an NGO, you might not necessarily be a member of any institution. It's very difficult to know how to research well, how to research properly, and how to produce content alone that can get published. This is kind of what I'm going to give you an aim to do, because the key to research is providing an evidence base to make change. Policymakers, lawmakers, anyone at the top, if you present them with an idea, they will immediately ask you for evidence, and the only thing that's going to give you that is research. So, don't know. That's what I said. Thank you. So, first of all, what is research? I like this definition. So research is defined as the creation of new knowledge and or the use of existing knowledge in a new and creative way. And so to generate new concepts, methods. The reason I like this definition is because it includes the 2 main facets of research that I think are most important. One, the creation of new knowledge, but also the fact that you can bring a new perspective to existing knowledge. So a lot of things with research are based in people's perspective. And I think it also leads into originality, which is one of the main challenges of how to produce something original. Originality is something very difficult when starting research. There's a huge pressure on people to produce something completely unique every single time. But a lot of you in here have lived experiences that are more unique than any statistics will be able to decipher. So what that means is you can approach a topic that's already completely saturated with knowledge, you can approach a topic that has been researched for 50 years, but you can provide a new perspective from your own lived experience. So going on to the main challenges faced, navigating the field as an independent researcher, which I briefly touched on initially. what I've just mentioned, how to produce something original, and understanding how to start. So like I said, navigating the field as an independent researcher can be very, very difficult. When you're part of an NGO or when you're part of academia, you have supervisors, you have line managers, you have people there to ensure that you take each step you need and you do it correctly, you do it efficiently, and you do it in time. Unfortunately, as an independent researcher, you have to do all those things yourself, including ethics, which I'll get onto towards the end of the presentation. How to produce something original, like I said, it's very challenging to always feel as though you have to produce something completely new every single time, but that's not necessary. And sometimes you can add something that you may not think is completely unique, but your perspective will create a new nuance for that field. Understanding how to start, the most notoriously difficult part of any task is understanding how to start, and research is no different when it comes to this. It's getting the words onto the paper, but to get the words onto the paper, there are many processes and steps that each person will tackle differently. So I'm going to kind of hopefully give you a little bit of advice of how to start and how to kind of map that out a little bit easier. I like this quote in terms of the back to the originality point. I woke up morning with a revolutionary insight that I would never get it right, that seeking to do so is a futile waste of energy, that I should proceed with this truth in mind and allow myself to be more playful in my explorations. As we move through and language changes, what's acceptable changes, discourse changes, and especially if you're working in a second language, it can be very, very difficult to always get it right. Take the pressure out of yourself. If you know that you're doing good and you know that the message that you're spreading is good and you're writing something powerful that is passionate, take the pressure off yourself to please everyone. You will get criticised for your research. That's how it is. And unfortunately, being a researcher or being anyone that puts some sort of opinion into the public view, you have to learn how to take that criticism. But if you know that criticism is founded in some of their own personal prejudices or some of the personal ideas that they have about your topic, you can kind of glide through it, water off the duck's back, so to speak. So, in terms of how to start, we're going to get into that a little bit. So, the question you ask yourself before you start research, so you know how to start. Who is the research for? What is the research for? Where is the research for? And why are you conducting it? Who is the research for? It's more so audience. Are you writing this for a group of academics? Are you writing this for lawmakers? Are you writing this for your community? Is it going to be a newsletter? You have to understand who your audience is, to know how to structure it, the language to use, and the most appropriate way to form your entire piece. What is the research for is also kind of similar, but it will help with deciding what structure and format to use. For example, if you are trying to write a newsletter for your community to inform them of a problem, you would write it simple prose, nice and simple, not too long, nothing too complicated. Same if you're trying to apply to send something to a school of maybe middle school kids or teenagers, you want to make sure that you keep it simple, easy to understand, nothing too complicated. But if you're trying to pass a bill, pass a law, pass legislation, you'll have to completely change the format of that research. You'll have to make a report, you'll have to provide evidence, statistics, and you'll have to structure it in a completely different language. Similar, that leads into where is the research for? Is this going to be a law that's passed locally? Is it going to be nationally? Or is it going to be something that you want to try and get internationally? Big ambitions, but I know a lot of you in here have big ambitions, so you go big. Same with why you're conducting this research. You have to have a motivation, a passion, and a stem, because research is difficult, especially as an independent researcher. The hardest thing about being an independent researcher is you cannot just call your dissertation supervisor, you cannot just call your lecturer and say, I'm really struggling, I don't know what to do. You have to get yourself out of those ruts. And the only way sometimes that you can do that is by going back to your original purpose of why you are doing this research. So please, research is fun, and it seems like a nice idea at the time. When you've been working on the same piece for 6 months and it all starts to blur into one, that's when you start to think, this was a terrible idea. Yeah, we've all been there. So that is why conducting this research and remembering why you're doing it is absolutely crucial for getting into that finishing point. Same with methodology. Methodology is a big fancy word that basically just means how you're going to do it and the methods that you're going to go about getting your work done. So, research methodology reflects the philosophical principles of your research. For example, if you're a scientist, your ideas may not be wanting to hear about women discuss what happens at church meetings to try and pass something, to try and change something like that. You might not want personal opinion, you might not want personal narrative or personal stories, you might want statistics, hard facts, something that you can convert into a graph, something you can convert into a spreadsheet. So that's why you also need to again look at these three pins: the purpose, the message, and the practicalities. In terms of the purpose, if you're trying to write this and you're trying to spread this to a community, maybe one that you want to send a message that something happening in your community, maybe some sort of discrimination, some sort of event that you need emotive responses, using personal accounts, interviews, surveys with personal notes are the best way to do that, because their responses will provide emotional responses from those who read the research. You can provide direct quotes, and you can really get the kind of nuances of the personal experience to kind of guide people and persuade them to take your side. In terms of the message, this is again, if you're trying to convey a particular emotional message, it's better to use people who have stories to tell. But if the message of the research is that this is a big problem that we need to tackle, statistics may be better. So you can get graphs, surveys, you can convert all this into mathematical data, which you can then present to particular people. Lawmakers, for example, if you submit a policy document or some sort of report, they're not really interested, unfortunately, when they have a lot of things to cover. They're not interested in necessarily personal stories until you get a little bit further down the road. At first, they want the hard facts, they want the statistics, they want to see how widespread and how big this problem is. The practicalities is also something that, unfortunately, we do have to consider. If you want to do a research project with children, as an independent researcher, it's very difficult, because no one is going to let you have access to these people who are considered vulnerable. So you have to take into account the practicalities and the practical logistic issues that you may face when doing research. Also, if you have to get this project done in, let's say, 2 months, you're not going to start a pilot study where you have to conduct 40 interviews. And if you do think that you can do that in 2 months, please do not attempt it. It's impossible because of the transcriptions, the recordings, the analyzing of the data. Impossible.
Purchase your
You need to get ethical approval if you want this research to be published in a scientific journal. If you're doing it for yourself and you're not going to publish the research, I would recommend you get ethical approval, but still follow the ethical code. Solutions for this. So as I've said before, journals will not publish research with human subjects if it has not been overseen by an ethics board. It's an unfortunate bureaucratic loophole we have to jump through, but solutions do exist. So sometimes you can contact local universities. Many have teams that will be more than happy to oversee your research as an independent researcher. They have ethics boards, they have codes which you can follow, and they can direct you to the most appropriate ethical code for you to use. There's also a thing called local independent ethics committees, and they're in every country and they're in every community, some countries more than others. Try and locate one of these and see if they'd be interested in opening your research. But bear in mind, only if you're going to use participants, i.e. if you're going to do interviews, if you're going to do observation, if you're going to do surveys. If you use statistics, secondary data, books, literature, not a problem. But any primary data you collect has to be ethically approved or it's not going to get published anywhere. Because unfortunately it's a requirement to make sure that you have done research ethically and you've Referencing is another good one. All research must be accurately and appropriately referenced. The easiest style that I find is this one called Harvard. So here we have the name. This is the in-text reference style above. Name, date, page number if you're using a direct quote. Always, this has to go after anything. If you've read a book and you have a random thought and you've used that reference to the thought, you cannot take things from articles, take things from Google, you cannot just take things from a website and put in your articles. Everything has to be referenced unless it has come directly from your own brain. But don't overthink it, because sometimes you're like, wait, I thought I read that somewhere, that's okay. You don't need to, unless it's something that you 100% know that is not your thought and you've read it somewhere, and you read it a few days ago and you no doubt, unfortunately, you have to find it. Otherwise, if you try and get this published, if you send this off anywhere, they will scan it and it will flash red because it will be plagiarized. For a bibliography, which you also need to include at the end of your research paper, this is how it's formatted. So you do the same way: name, date, the title of the book, edition, and the publisher. If anyone wants to take a picture of that. If you're in a university program, universities have different referencing guides that they want you to follow. But if you're doing independent research, I always recommend Harvard because it's just the easiest, and I think it's the one that's the less confusing. Some people like footnotes, but I find it really distracting when I'm reading something. There's a footnote and I have to go down to the bottom of the page, then go back up. So I prefer a text reference. Oh, I didn't move my arrows down, sorry about that. Getting started, this is the hard part. Understanding your motivation. Like I said before, why are you doing this research? Because the motivation and the want to do something good, and the message that you're going to send is the only thing that is going to pull you out of that rut when you have it written in 3 days and you have a deadline to meet at the end of the week. You have to know why you're writing it. It's how it is, unfortunately. It's like anything that you love, you have to know why you're doing it, otherwise it's not going to be produced well, and it's not going to be the best of your ability. And your name is going to be on this if you publish it somewhere forever. So please make sure that when you produce something, it is the best of your ability. Exploring the research context. Now, in order to know where to go, you have to know what has already been said. You cannot go and make grandiose statements and say that you're producing something completely unique without looking at what's already been published in that field. You have to understand, you have to review the literature accurately, you have to use accurate theories, you have to know if this theory has been used in this field before. You have to know this in order to know where you're going to take your research. Because if you want this published, if you want to further it, you want to extend, you want to add to a journal, one of the first things they will ask you is, why? What are you going to do with it? Where are you going to take it? What's this going to add to the field? And you have to have a perspective, you have to have something to tell them so that they know that you're going to add something to this field. Narrowing down your topic. Now, it may seem a little bit random to put that one in there, but you will start with a topic, you'll start with a big topic: women's rights, rights of refugees, children's rights. As you research more, you will narrow that topic down. I would always recommend going with something not extremely specific, but something specific enough that you can not explain it in one sentence. And the reason I say that is because as you start to research more, your ideas are going to change drastically, and that is a good sign. And if that starts to happen, don't panic, because it means you're learning the research context, you know what's been said, you're having more ideas of where to go, and you know what you want to do. Your research topic will likely change throughout the entirety of your research, and that's just what happens. It happens in every single thing I've ever written. I start with a title, I start with a quote, I start with something I want to do. By the end, it's completely different to my original idea. That is normal, that is okay. It means you're gaining more knowledge, it means you're gaining a more clear idea of where you want to take your work. So it's a very good sign. But please do not try and encompass everything in one research article. It's better to have depth on one small area than it is to try and cover everything, because you can always write more articles. There's no limit. Advocacy research. Now, this is what most of you are going to be doing. Advocacy research is research that is carried out with the intention of providing evidence and arguments that can be used to support a particular cause or position. Most of you in here are already advocates. And if you're not already, you will be wanting to go home. The research you're going to be carried out is often going to be used to portray a particular point or a particular piece of evidence to push a particular motive. Research is the foundation for successful advocacy. Without evidence, without research, without facts, no one is going to do anything for you. You cannot go with empty words, you cannot go with empty ideas, you have to give them something tangible that they can say, I see there's a problem, you've provided a solution, and I know what I need to do in order to help make this change. No one is going to listen to you if you sit in front of them with no evidence, with no research, with no case. You have to go into these situations prepared. Whether this is you presenting at your local student organisation, whether you're going to meet with a member of your local government, whether you're going to meet with some old ladies that are creating some ruckus down the street, you have to have a case prepared, otherwise people will not listen. It's how it is, unfortunately. But what drives change is evidence, and successful evidence comes from advocacy and proving that there is a problem big enough to change. In terms of research and advocacy and practice, because that's what we want to talk about, bringing awareness to discrimination through research. My own research, I look at women's health rights, and I look at a disease called endometriosis. Endometriosis has the average diagnosis time of 7 years, and this is because research has found, not my research, but a lot of research before me, has found that women's pain is taken less seriously by medical professionals than men's. Research has also found that the pain of women of colour, LGBT plus members of the community, transgender individuals, gender non-binary, working class individuals is taken less seriously than anybody else's pain. This means that women of colour can go up to 15 years without accurate diagnosis for diseases. This is because of many different factors, including systematic bias, systematic racism, lots of different things that equate to these long diagnosis times, which is a small facet of my research. The aim that I had with that is I provided perspectives. I did in-depth, unstructured interviews with women from all around the world. I had UK, I had US, I had Canada, Bangladesh, I had Egypt, I had Pakistan, I had Australia, I had India, I had France, Belgium, Greece. I tried to get as many documents from as many different women as possible to understand how doctors in all of these countries treated these women. And the outcomes were the same, that the pain was not taken seriously, and of course there was cultural considerations in different countries which kind of changed the outcome of the research slightly. But the point is that these women had stories to tell that were emotional, that were emotive, and they told it better than I ever could. And that's why I chose that, because I wanted to bring awareness to discrimination that people do not think is happening. For example, in the UK, we have a universal healthcare system. So when I started doing this research and saying that even though we have free healthcare and anyone is able to access this healthcare, when I started to bring to my peers, to bring to my research supervisors, to lecturers in my university, that there is still discrimination going on daily with diagnosis plans, with treatment plans that are offered, people were shocked. Because you don't expect that when you provide a universal system, and when, for example, the UK says that we have one of the best healthcare systems in the world. On the surface, brilliant. The NHS is a brilliant resource that we have in the UK, but a system that is very underfunded, and as a result, creates a lot of discrimination and a lot of barriers for successful and fair treatment across the board. This is what research does. The point of research is to highlight problems and to tackle them. You may not be able to find a solution off the top of your head. You may not be able to find a solution even after you've developed this project. But that is why you develop the project, to take it to people who can provide you with a team who can provide a solution. Problems are not going to get solved unless we have facts of why they need to be solved, what the problem is, and exactly what's causing those problems. So this is my reference list as an example of how you should reference anything that you do, whether it be a presentation, a report, anything like that. I used all of that. And if anyone has any questions, I think we have time for questions. Yeah. We have time for a few questions if anyone has, if not, but my last message is research promotes change. To promote change, you have to have evidence and you have to know what you're talking about. The cause of being a successful advocate and the way to be a successful advocate is to know your problems, to know what you have to say, and to know where you have to go to solve them. You cannot sit in front, like I said before, you cannot sit in front of lawmakers, policymakers, important people who want to help, but they will not trust you if you cannot give them facts, if you cannot give them evidence, and if you cannot give them reason to trust what you're saying.
Thank you. Questions, I'll be the one.
She's gonna be here. Thank you very, very, very much, Olivia. Wow, wasn't that powerful? Like, who knows research? So we have all this content. Linda's a very good researcher. She's a very good sociologist. So she read you that you needed this. Okay, great. So our next presentation here, as well, part of the human rights leader training. It's a person who you have been seeing here all around this couple of days, running behind the scenes. He's actually our leader in our brain wheel of the operation, our business strategy that was able to bring us to where we are as an organization. So without further ado, it is my pleasure and honor to now introduce to you for our next presenter, President of the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights, Mr. Manuel Wanchia.
Wonderful, wonderful. Before we start, I have two things to say. Congratulations for being here. This is and thank you for coming in this time, okay? And first, I'd like to congratulate all the volunteers, all the USIDHR team, and you, because we're here. And also our sponsors, because without them, we cannot be here, okay? Are you happy? Are you happy? Are you happy to learn something new? Yes. Are you happy to learn to start to do business? Yes. Do you like money? Yes. Do you like to make money? Yes. Do you like to make money? Yes. Why more women than men? Come on, man. Do you like to make more money? Yes. Okay, let's start. And one thing, who's veterans here? Who came here is a veteran, doesn't matter what country. Can you stand up, please? You know, it's a tradition in the United States, you know, in other countries, you know, we congratulate everyone who's veteran. Thank you so much for being here. She took a lot of time off. And it's our, you know, consultant, it's our veteran. Thank you for the service and thanks for being here. Okay, guys, I like to speak, I like to do, I like to teach you, I have only 20 minutes, but the point I want to make for you is, you know, you are the first day, you are in the second day, and right now, we are starting to change. I want you to flip, you know, to understand, I take the knowledge, I want to be a human rights advocate, I want to be a human rights leader, but you leader to come back in my country to do the job. We want to give you the tools now to understand after you tomorrow, you check out of the hotel to have a clean mind what you need to do when you come back to your country. Are you open to learn? Yes. Great. Let's see. So about me, you know me. Okay, two things, you know, because I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a business consulting executive. I work with the Obama administration, you know, like business side, and also I work with the President Trump administration on international digital freedom. And I want to here to make two things different. Why from business? Because also I'm president of the International Union of International Commerce Industry for North America. Why my shift? I shift, you know, that mindset. I'm doing business. I'm a businessman, an entrepreneur.
also I'm okay for religious freedom. Because why? Because when President Trump started that, all the country they say, okay, we want money, we want investors. But any government doesn't do what? The due diligence to say, okay, how about human rights? How about international religious freedom? No persecution. When you have those done, we can bring the investors, you can bring everyone with you. Keep in mind, why you are here this is a start point when you come back in your country. They need your expertise. They need your expertise in human rights, they need your expertise in international religious freedom. If you are doing that, people will say, thank you need, because when you're in trouble, and I tell you when it was going in trouble, when you're on the CPC list, the CPC list, everyone is going there and say, oh, we're not allowed to get more money from the United States. What happened? We need to find it. The reaction mode is too late. We'll take another 2 years, and who suffer? The country will suffer. For that, why I said, okay, I'm a business, an entrepreneur, but also I love to teach and open eye to any level, to civil society, to governments, and we can work in both ways to say, hey, when you start to do business in your country, you want investors, make sure you have your to-do list of those areas: human rights, international religious freedom. You got that? Yeah. Perfect. Okay. This is me, different situations, with the ambassadors here sitting in the White House. With the ambassadors, I'm the only non-diplomatic person. I don't have a diplomatic status. Invited, because my work what I'm doing in business and non-profit organizations. Also, I'm the founder of the Commercial Diplomats Club. Also we help, companies, to do business, with the diplomatic world. I'm the president of USIDHR Youth Summit. Maybe you see me at the door. I'm not a bodyguard, but I want you guys to protect. Okay? Make sure of that. Okay, we are here. This is you. Tomorrow. Today. Okay? And you have what? When you're driving, you take left or right, okay? How long will it take for you to make a decision? 1 second? 1 minute? 1 day? 1 hour? 1 year? 10 years? Are you sure? I don't think so. If I tell you right now, hey, let's go and stay another 3 days and say, oh, let me pull my mind. Let me see, and I will come back to you. Here's your what I'm doing tomorrow. I take left, I take right. And somebody say 1 second. Yes, you have 1 second to take a decision. You want to move your car, you take left, you take right, and you take right. Don't say anything about left. It's a pass. You go. That's your life. That is your legacy. You go and take right, you go. Doesn't matter how many ups and downs you have, and we'll discuss later. But that is your right now. I'm going left, I'm going right. But you guys will decide, and you are going to decide right now what it will take. And for that, I will help you. What we have here, the real pictures. This is why I'm taking left or right, but I choose, I'm a left. I will choose to take left, okay? And left, This is my wife. My wife represents here people helping Ukrainians, shoes, migrant creatures, kids, refugees. We help people in Pakistan, refugees, how they sleep, kids in the train, and we help with our every child support and education. But look at those pictures. They're real. And why I'm showing you this? Because when you come back, you need to have your image. Make sense? Because you are here with a reason. You are here because you have your heart to help, to support. But at the same time, you are here to make also prosperity and non-profit organization to help more, to help more, to help more. And tomorrow, when you wake up and say, what I'm doing with my life, you start to think, this is mine. But let's think about what is yours. Okay? What you want to help. Who you want to help. What issue you have in your country do you want to help. And let's do like this. Somebody said, I have a dream. You remember? You have a dream. And your dream needs to be bigger than yourself. It's not about you. Here, when I did this, it was not about me, it was about them. If you start to shift today, because everyone said, okay, I don't have money to come to Istanbul, I don't have the money, but you find the resources, correct? You make it happen. Oh, people start, it's a Ukrainian war, I cannot, blah, 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 the cancer. You are here. No excuses, which I love it. People come to me and they say, I'm crazy. You guys want to do a youth summit. It's work. It's in Istanbul. You don't know anyone. This company say we'll do it. We promise, we deliver. Why? Because when you're a business owner, remember, non-profit organization, it's a business, guys. It's not a charity. Nobody will come and open your wall to give you something. You need to have, and we'll go in details, but you need to understand it's a business. Only non-profit organization, church, everything, it's a business. In order to support those kids, you need to have what? You need to have money. If you work 3 jobs and you help, yes, I understand, but you'll be homeless in 6 months. You agree? And you see this, oh, I don't want to leave. I'm homeless. It was why I'm homeless. I never worked 3 jobs. I give everything. Yes, I understand, but you cannot operate in this cycle. And why I'm here to give you the recipe to next year when we have this summit to say, Mary, anytime brother will say I'm going, I will come to you. No problem. Why? Because I have money, I open my NGO, I'm doing, and I'm helping people, I have budget for traveling, and I have everything what I need. Because I have a dream, and I choose my heart. I cannot put too many hearts, okay? I put few. Education for every child, helping human trafficking victims, domestic violence victims, helping girls to protect themselves, advocate for people with disabilities, eliminate poverty, helping indigenous communities. There are few sections, pick one. If you don't have it, if you don't know. Make sense to you? Okay, if you have a heart, take it, take a pictures of this, pick one, and when I ask you tomorrow when you check out what is your heart, you can tell. Make sense? Because this is what? This is your why. Why you wake up in the morning? Because why? Somebody needs your help. Somebody needs your hand. Somebody needs support. Okay. Here, it's not left or right, don't understand, I think left is a failure, right is a success. I want to understand tomorrow, everyone will be a success. Why? Because you have your why. If you don't have your why, talk to me and I go deep on that. You cannot say to oh, I don't know. I don't know is not an answer, it's an excuse. We agree on that? Good. Key of success, start implementing. Do your homework. Communicate. Keep positive and never give up. If you want factors not doing anything, start with excuses, lose focus, and don't believe in yourself. Because why? Because I have fear. Somebody told me I was not good in school. Doesn't matter. You are a good human being. A human being is making, is doing. We agree on this? You can speak loud. Yes? Yes. Okay, no sleep, okay? Okay, we have the why. The second thing which we need, I tell you guys because I say, makes sense for me. Yes, makes sense, because when you come back in your country, you have your why. If you don't know, you can find in your country what will be the big urgency priority, to find out why. Make sense? And the second thing is communication. In the communication, you have 5 steps. Schedule a meeting. Don't be afraid. With the local authority, with the state, national. I don't care. Schedule a meeting. The second step is ask questions. Don't assume what they say in the news. Go and talk with people, with human beings. Not go and say, oh, those guys are left or right, they're not doing anything, blah, blah, blah. No, talk with that person and say, how can I help? They ask questions. Why you ask questions? The more questions you ask, the more understand the reality, guys. Understand the reality of everything. Because for me, when I went to Russia, in Romania, to help the refugees, I go to the center of refugees, I say, okay, I start to ask questions. People, they answer. And what I start to understand. I understand the reality, what they need, what needs to be done, how it can be done, how I can help, how I can do it, how I can support my team. After I have a reality, they have a reality about you, they have a reality about me. Okay, you have a reality about them, they have a reality about me, right? About you. When they have a reality, they have an understanding. I understand, yeah, I understand. Manuel is a business owner, he's also president of this company. He's a successful business executive consulting, and he wants us to get it. About you are the youth leaders from different countries, you want to support, you don't know how, you are here to learn, and tomorrow you start implementing. Very simple. After you have an understanding, what you have a shake hands. Yes, thank you for your support, let's do it. And you have an agreement. I used those steps when I was in the regional sales manager with Germany. Okay, for having
account, and because I used those steps, I did for that company $386 million in 1 year. Why? Because this is a system. You don't stop, schedule a meeting, talk, understand the reality, how you can help, have an agreement. Again, repeat. You need to have a system. Oh, I called, it doesn't answer. Don't worry. You try to find the right person. Try to talk with the decision maker. Try to do this. You know, you are calling the decision maker, not talk, just talk and take pictures. Doesn't make any sense. Okay? Communication. You see how simple is communication? 5 steps. I want you to exercise with your friends, your mom, your parents, those steps. The best communicator are the kids. I have a daughter. I have two daughters and one boy. My boy is not talking. My boy is like, oh, I love you. You give me a kiss. What he's doing? He's schedule a meeting with me. He wants something. I can't. I'm in the store. I want that. Okay? I try to have a reality. My daughter say, hey, what is, you know, start my communication with like this. Dad, how are you? Good. I love you. Thank you. I love you too. Is my brother's coming? Do you know issues and games? I need a new computer. By when? For 2 months will be good. How much? 10,000. I said, oh, okay, 10,000 on the computer. You know these kind of things. I want that. I want to change these kind of things. What you doing? I start to ask questions. She loves me. Okay? She's scheduled a meeting with me. She loves me. I start to ask questions to understand what? What I'm going. 10,000, 50,000. I try to understand. This is negotiation, okay? And after that, say, hey, I am understanding. How about 2,000 right now? And for the Christmas, and we have 20 holidays, you know, Thanksgiving, we can do the 10,000 per year. You see, I have an understanding, I have an agreement, and what happened? Make sense? Do you what your mom, do you what your father, do you what your spouse, do you your partner will say? I like those communication, I give another example, you know, honey, I want pizza today. I don't eat pizza, you know, I want sushi. Say, how about sushi? How about pizza? Say, okay, pizza today, tomorrow sushi, you know? Okay, guys, you get the communication? It's hard? Can you do it? Okay. Wow, you're a roadmap. You are here. Before you come to this training, you are here. Why? You want to be activist, you want to be advocate, you want to do business, you want to help your country, you want to do this. Shiny objects. I want to do, oh, by the way, there's partner to do this, let's do this. This is your road. With ups and downs, but you have one thing, and one thing only, which is your heart. You got your heart, and your heart is here. Distractions prepare success. Also, in the nonprofit organization, you guys, I'm not going into details, you know, we have a training on that, but when you go to your country, start to have what? Integrity, responsibility, and keep your word. And how you can do that? You open your nonprofit organization, follow the law, and try to have a product or service to offer. Don't go to say, oh, I'm here, I came from Istanbul, I'm a youth delegate, youth leader, human rights leader, and I can do this. No. First, do your, have a non-profit organization, have a service. Service means, okay, I can teach human rights. I can sell this because in exchange, I can make money to help those women, those girls, those kids, those youth, whatever you want to do it. Those victims, human trafficking victims, domestic violence victims, we have lots of leaders here, they're doing, but this is a refresh for them as well. Because if you don't have a product and service, you don't have what? Exchange. Clear? Nobody everyone will be confused, will be here. Oh, I can do this, I can do that, I can do this, I can do promises. Nobody wants promises. Everyone wants clear path. If you don't have a product and services, you are clear. Because I asked, everyone, yesterday, what are you doing? What is your service? What's your product? And people said, no, I'm here to learn, I'm here to do this, I'm here to do that, But you need to have a service. Nobody will pay you if you don't have a product and service. Simple as that. Whatever service you have in human rights, international legal freedom, whatever you're doing, you need to have clear, this is my product, or products, or services, and this you pay. You pay me $100, $200, $300, and this is the exchange. If not, don't do anything with you. You can teach your students, you can teach kids, you can teach whatever you want to do. Next, this is a problem. Because everyone is getting excited, is doing, and after that they come to bounce the road, they say, oh, it's too hard, it's too, I cannot do this, maybe let's do other things, And what I'm teaching you guys is test, tweak, and scale. Nothing is perfect from the first time. Elon Musk, he started to do it. What he said, if you go on YouTube and Elon Musk said, you are afraid, you lose everything, and say, no, I know you'll make it. And I want you, this is very important. If you have a business, if you have an agency, if you have a nonprofit, whatever you have, it's test, tweak, and scale. And the other three things I can give you right now. You need to have ideal client, irresistible offer, and over-deliver. 3 elements. If you miss those 3 elements, you miss the opportunity to make money. Ideal client. Who's my ideal client? Will be a state, another church, another nonprofit organization, or another school, another government institution. Define your ideal client. Don't go to everyone and say, okay, I have bananas, but everyone say we're looking for orange. You say, okay, we have orange too. We can tell. Because what? Because you miss the communications, one of the steps, which was like, what is the reality of that client? Also, test, tweak, and scale. Tweak, sometimes, your offer is they don't understand. You need to put another form. You need to put another presentation. Make sure it's a PowerPoint. You are talking about also present something. How will, you have a process. You need to have a system. You say, okay, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5. That's it. And after that, hey, this will be for 6 months, 12 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Make sense?
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today.
Booyah Beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Booyah Beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Booyah Beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
So remedy number one is always sanctions. What do sanctions mean? Sanctions just mean, just as in the domestic legal system, there might be a social boycott. This does not need to flow from international bodies as per se. It is just that the Committee of Nations decide that this is a country not going to be with it. This is a social outcast. We are not going to have diplomatic ties with it in the way that we used to. We are going to lower our diplomatic ties. And so when we talk about sanctions, most nations allied with the Western Bloc now do have sanctions on Russia, including the European Union. The second remedy is the Security Council, but as we've already seen, that wherever the Security Council will be discussing a matter which pertains to the 5 permanent members, or something that they have close to their heart, it will always be vetoed. There are no two ways of thinking about it. History has shown time and time again that it will always be vetoed. And so Russia has, in fact, vetoed any binding resolution by the Security Council. The third is the General Assembly. Now, the General Assembly has issued a resolution of March 2, 2022, which says that the resolution demands that Russia immediately, completely and conditionally withdraw all of But you see, there is a problem with the General Assembly. And that is that even if the General Assembly has decided that this invasion is illegal and that Russia needs to back out, it cannot take coercive action. Who can take coercive action? The Security Council. And since Russia is in the Security Council and it has vetoed it, therefore the General Assembly, even though its resolutions has legal powers, it has been held by the International Court of Justice that this resolution has legal power, but the General Assembly is helpless when it comes to actually enforcing its own resolutions. The remedy number 4 is the International Court of Justice. Now, just to give you a slight overview, you see what happens in the domestic legal jurisdiction is that if, let's say, for example, let me ask you a question. If somebody slaps me, is that assault? Very simply, yes. If I've been assaulted in such a way, can I complain against him to the relevant authorities and take the matter to court? Right? This cannot happen in the international arena unless both of us consent to the jurisdiction. So in the domestic legal system, I as a complainant can go against him, his consent is not required. But when it comes to the International Court of Justice, there is a problem. And the problem is that only parties that have accepted the jurisdiction of the ICJ can be held accountable before it. There is no compulsory jurisdiction. And the reason that compulsory jurisdiction was not granted to the court was because it was thought that maybe it will destroy state sovereignty and the court would come in and tell any country in the world to do things in a certain way or the other. And it was seen as being against the sovereignty of states, and so the ICJ was never given this power. But the orders of the ICJ have a great moral force. That moral force, that mounting pressure can sometimes, make countries act in certain ways, act in accordance with international law. But here, the International Court of Justice on March 16 has already issued a provisional order, an interim order that says that Russia shall immediately suspend the military operations that it commenced on 24 February. And although ICJ judgments are binding on Russia, because Russia has accepted the jurisdiction of the ICJ before this dispute, the problem is that once again, this court, just like the General Assembly, cannot enforce its own orders. And once again, I just want to ask you a little question at the expense of repetition. Who can enforce these decisions? The Security Council. Okay, the Security Council, which of course we've seen is not capable because of the veto. And finally, remedy number 5 is the International Criminal Court. So what happens with the International Criminal Court is that it has already launched an investigation on the alleged war crimes committed following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, both from the Ukrainian forces and because Russia alleges that there was a genocide going on in the disputed territory, and on Russia, which is now using some weapons which are not allowed by international law, by the law of war. However, just to give you a basic idea, you see the court tries individuals, not countries, the people who are at the helm of affairs, because these are seen as criminal acts. The state, of course, is incapable of having a guilty mind. It is always the people who are at the helm of affairs that might have a guilty mind, and so because it is a criminal court, it will only try individuals and not states. The issue with this is that the International Criminal Court works with something that is known as the complementary doctrine. What the complementary doctrine means is that the ICC will only have jurisdiction if a state cannot, if it has no power or no will to prosecute somebody who has allegedly committed war crimes, right? And the second limitation on the ICC is that it cannot go into Russia and nab anybody. It cannot go into Ukraine and nab anybody unless somebody arrests that leader, whoever he may be, and then hands it over to the ICC. So at the end of it, this is the end of the presentation. The basic purpose, that there are basically 4 points which I might summarize, which come out from this presentation. Number 1 is that it is mandated by international law that all states must always use peaceful means to resolve their disputes. Number 2, use of force is not allowed unless the Security Council sanctions it. Number three, there are multiple remedies in international law, but unless the Security Council is on board, those remedies cannot be enforced. And number four, wherever there will be such a resolution would be against the interests of the permanent 5 members, it will always be vetoed, and therefore there might be a problem with international law that we might, as young youth advocates and activists, I know the distinction now because of Isabel's session yesterday, activists and advocates need to understand and work on. That is the end. Thank you very, 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 very much. If there are any questions, I would be glad to take them. Yes. How would you speak up? Okay, I believe that we're running out of time. I've just been told. I'm so sorry to offer you first and then decline it, but thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you so much for a brilliant presentation, very relevant too. Oh, our last presentation of this training session is going to be from another one of our team members. It is going to be from Miss Anne Opera. She is brilliant. All of the posts that you see on all of our social media, Anne makes every single one of those by hand. Everything that we post, Anne makes all of it. She makes the captions, she does everything. Our entire presence on social media is created by Anne, and she's going to tell you how to use social media. She's going to give you a really good, quick insight into the best way to be a social media marketer. So please give Anne a really warm welcome.
Thank you so much, Olivia. I don't think I've ever been presented so good in my life. So hi, I'm Anne Opera, and today we're gonna learn how to build your online authority through social media. So after this presentation, basically we're gonna go eat, so I'll try to be as quick as possible so you are good to go. So about me, I'm a professional copywriter, a social media manager, and a graphic designer, and all this started with my passion to writing. So I really love to write, and if you know me, or if you're not, I'm gonna tell you anyway, I'm really an emotional person. So when it comes about emotions, I really like to write all of these things down so I can get everything out. So that's how my copywriting basically career started with USIDHR. But let's start with the beginning. What is social media? Because you'll have to know the boring and the really important definition as well. So social media basically are websites and applications that enable users to create and share content or to participate in social networking. But I like to call it opportunity, because it's your opportunity to go out there and to be public and to be basically the person beside your business. What you really need to understand when it comes about social media and being present on social media networking is that everything is public. So in order for you to be out there as a business person, as a non-profit organization, as a public person, you need to understand that everything you are going to post is going to be seen by everyone. So I want you to be really careful with what you post online, how the things that you are posting online looks like, and how the copywriting goes on them as well. Now, why is social media important? Because basically when it comes about offline businesses, you may have the impression that you only activate online. So if you are having an online business, why would you need a social media presence? Well, let's think about the pandemic and let's think about COVID. What happened with all the offline businesses when the pandemic came? They all moved online because it was the only channel they could activate in. But what you actually, and why is actually social media really important, is because here are the people. At the beginning of the summit, we had a delegate that actually lost his phone. I don't know if you've been aware of that. And he came to me and he said, I lost my phone, I really need help because all my life is on that phone. Everything I have Everything I own, the tickets to my home bag is on that phone. So what you need to understand is that right now, people are using social media every day, and not people, but actually 3.8 billions of people use it every day, and they use it hard. The next thing is that, well, by using social media, you make people aware of your business, so you create visibility. Well, as a startup business, or when you are at the beginning of your road, it's really important to know that you need to make people aware of who you are and what you are doing. So that is what social media will basically create for you, that visibility, that awareness that you need to create your leadership and your image. And if you bring value to the people in a specific domain, then you will build your leadership. So in order for people to value what you are posting online, who you are and what you are doing, you need to bring value to them. And value in social media means content. And what you'll understand in this presentation is that basically content is gold. Now, let's see what type of content works best for every platform, because I really want you to get back home with the practical stuff. So I really want you to get back home and know what to post on every single channel. So for example, for Facebook, right now, videos and GIFs rule the world. When it comes about Instagram, photos, and always reels. Reels are the short videos that you are posting and that you are sliding all the day. So really short content, really easy to use and create, but they are creating actually millions of dollars to people right now. And when it comes about LinkedIn, well, ebooks and professional material. And when it comes about, well, having, let's think about our business. So we are an educational business, right? We are a non-profit organization, and we are delivering courses, and we have materials for these courses. Where for LinkedIn, all the things that we have for this course are being posted here. All of our audience who wants to get certificates, who wants to enhance their education, who wants to learn something new, are actually on LinkedIn. Now, if we basically break every application into sites, let's see what does Facebook really wants from us. So, as I said in the beginning, video right now rules the world on all the platforms. That's because of the whole TikTok thing, and because right now it's easier to watch a video than to read something, to go into an article. And because we are thinking always about the majority of our audience, you have to really understand that it takes 3 seconds on social media to lose the attention of your customer. So you have only 3 seconds to make them want your content, to make them want to know more about you, about your business, and about who you are. 3 seconds. And that you can do best with a video and with a powerful start. Now, when it comes about Instagram, well, here is more about the content that you post. So, what is overusing it? Instagram spends a lot of money in their platforms. So that means you'll have to spend a lot of time into posting on Instagram in order for the algorithm to show you more and more and more. How we started? Well, it seems like a tough job, but you'll have to post at least 3 times a day in order to appear in the feed of your followers. And why is that important? Why is it important to appear in that feed? Well, because of this visibility. Because you will be seen, because they will want to know who you are. Now, another thing about Instagram is that consistency is key. So this thing right here is a feed. You will have to choose colors for your feed. You'll have to use the same type of colors, the same type of typewriting. Everything needs to be coordinating. Because when it comes about Instagram, you can think about a moon board. So everything really needs to look pretty good. They'll want to enter the social media account and to see something beautiful. Because what you see right here are different posts. So maybe I want to click that one, or maybe the orange color attracts my attention. Something has to click in their eyes. Now, when we are thinking about what does LinkedIn want, well, it's a lot of content and connections, because LinkedIn functions by you are connecting with another people. So, besides Instagram and Facebook, on LinkedIn is really easy to connect with people and to make them accept your request, because you have right there a bio about who you are and what you're doing, and you can basically say that I'm a professional in this field and I want to connect with you because our interests match. After you have the connections, you will need a lot of content as well. So you will need to post daily here as well, because LinkedIn is also a job platform. So here they make offers for jobs, for interviews, and so on. So your content will have to be up this type of job content. Now, what I really like to use when it comes about posting on different type of platforms is actually a trick. So you work smart and not hard. It's basically to create more content out of one information. So for example, if you want to make this announcement about the summit, our summit, you can make a text for that, you can make a photo, like this design, you can make a video where you present the whole ballroom and you say, we're gonna expect you here. You can make a GIF, you can make a story, a reel, an ad, and a blog post. So from one single information, you have created more than 5 different posts. So when it comes about basically posting 3 times a day, every day, in weekends too, well, you will need to use this strategy in order to not overwork yourself. So out of one information, you can easily create 5 types of content. Now, do you know what actually works best with social media? Well, copywriting. And if you don't know what copywriting is, I will explain it to you how I like to explain it. So basically, copywriting is the art through which you write a text so you can sell. So basically, you use a text to sell something online, or to make people take a specific action, because you're not using it only for selling or buying. You're also using them for making your audience click on your post, like your post, share your content, and at the end of the day, buy your product. Now, when it comes about copywriting, business, social media, everything has to focus on your client avatar. Do you know what a client avatar is? Do you know who your client is for the business that you have? Well, that's what we will try to learn today together. And we'll have an exercise of imagination, okay? Good. So, when it comes about clients and about buying your product, it's all about interest. So if right now we are in a different room, we are not in this room right now, we are in, let's say, the house of one family. And we have 3 members of that family in that room. We have a father, we have a grandma, and we have a child. And they are all watching TV. And all these things that you see right here, the photos, are commercials. So the first commercial that is going to be on the screen is this Porsche commercial. Well, it's going to be really fast, honestly. Did you spend your youth dreaming about something, owning a Nissan or a Mitsubishi? Commercial by Porsche. What is going to happen with this commercial is that the father will see this commercial and he will think, oh wow, I think I want a new car. Oh wow, the Porsche guys just launched a new car. Let me see that car. Even if the action at the end will not be to buy, it will be to access their website, to access their social media account. Next, we'll have this commercial on the screen. And we'll have, let's say, this toy. Obviously, this commercial will be for the child. So, what is going to happen is that basically the child will see that commercial, she will go to her father and she will say, oh my God, Dad, I really want Minnie because Minnie is ready to play with me all day when you're busy. What the father is going to say is that, oh my God, that is a commercial. The only purpose that that ad has was to sell you that toy. But at the end of the day, he will not realize that what Porsche did here was the same thing that these toys did to his child. After that, we'll have the pills. And let's say that the grandma, for example, really got a cold in the past few months. And she will see this commercial and she will hear that don't let a simple cold ruin everything that you care about. And she'll want, well, maybe Fairvex is what I need in order for me to get back to the things that really matters. In that moment, the child will also realize that the pills are being sold to the grandma, but the child will not realize that the toys were also being sold to her. And now I'm asking you, why? Because it's all about interest. And when you are going online, when you are going on a website, when you are going on social media, you are only choosing to look and to watch what you are interested in. And that's why your client avatar is so important. Because your audience, if it's not your audience, they will not be interested in your product, in what you have to say. That's why you need to find the right people that are actually interested in you and in your product or in your business. What you need to understand, and one of the first rules, is that you really need to be objective in your copy. And what this thing basically means for an emotional person like me that really likes to be subjective, it's really complicated, but I really learned along the way that you actually need to be objective, and when it comes about the client avatar that you have, you'll have to choose only your people. So maybe, for example, if tomorrow I will open a shoes shop for women, maybe at some point one man will want to buy my shoes. But at the end of the day, it will be a shoes shop for women. So if I'm excluding men from my audience, that does not mean that I'm discriminating them, that I'm not doing them a favor, but I'm actually doing a favor for my business. Because I'm targeting the people that are interested in my business. And that's why I'm telling you to target the right audience. Because at the end of the day, basically, they will not buy. What I want you to leave home with is that there are 10 reasons people buy. And I want you to take a guess. Say one reason that people actually buy something. Need. A need is a really good answer, yes. But basically, what it's all about is that basically they buy to make money, to save time, avoid effort, and escape mental or physical pain. And these 5 reasons are the most important ones. And what you need to understand is that they are not doing this consciously. They do not know that I am buying, I don't know, that product because I want to spend more time with my family. They do not know that, well, I'm buying this course, this certification, this thing because, well, I want to make a career that will help me save money in the future. But what you need to do in order for them to know what you want is to tell them. The other 5 reasons is basically to get more comfort, to achieve greater cleanliness, to gain prize, to feel more love, and to increase their social status. So these are, all of them are related to psychology. I'm not saying that if you're doing social media you're a psychologist, because I'm not. Or that if you're a copywriter you know what psychology means. But you will have to use some tricks in order to convince your audience that what you have will help them in one way. And that's because how our audience said, these are the needs, wants, and problems you need to solve and satisfy. Because what your product, your business, and what you have to offer is, at the end of the day, is a solution for the problems, needs, or wants that your audience has, right? Do you know, for example, the difference between a need and a want? What is it? You said yes. Tell me.
The need is the basic needs, like the must-have-requirements, like the needs all human beings share. But the want is when a need come with a desire. For example, I need food to stay alive, but I want McDonald's to satisfy my desire for food. So this is the difference.
Great job. Yes, that's exactly what it is. So basically, a need, it's much more than a want. So make sure you make your audience believe that they need your products and services. Because they may want it, but if they want it, that does not necessarily mean that they will buy it. But if they need it, then they will buy it. What about problems? Because we said that basically we will need to satisfy this as well. Well, problems need solutions. So you have to create a solution for your audience problem. Of course, there's a problem for every audience, so make sure you first find the audience and then the problem. Now, I really don't want you to fall into the trap of always making it about making or saving money. Because even though this is a really, really important thing for people, it's not only about money. So you have to create something that also saves time, that also make them believe that, well, if I have this, I will feel more loved, I will have a more important social status, my family will be proud of me. You can make it about money, but don't make it only about the money. Now, people don't care about you. I know it's harsh, but they do not. Don't make everything about yourself and don't make your people think that your business is about you. Because they do not care about you at the end of the day. They do not know who you are. They will just want to buy that thing, your service or your product, because they get something out of it. So that's why you should focus on your clients and not on yourself. Now, I know that it's really convenient to make things sound more beautiful, but that does not mean that at the end of the day you'll have to lie people and to promise things that you can't achieve. You'll have to be honest, even if the copywriting is the art of trying to reach yourself. So you can say the truth, but you can make it sound more beautiful. I can agree with that. And always remember, content is gold. So if you saw me all day running around all these places and taking pictures, well, that's because that's our content right now. And content is gold for us, because we will need to show that this really happened and that it was really worth it for you to be here. Now, if you have any questions, I will ask you to tell me in person, because I will need to. Thank you so much.
Great job, man. Thank you so much. So this is the last part. This was the last part of our human rights leader training. I want to see by a round of applause, how did you enjoy the training sessions so far? Excellent. Okay, so thank you so much. We are quickly advancing with our program. We are going to take a break right now, going to lunch, but I want everyone to be back in the room by 2 o'clock. Please, I know you're dressed beautiful. I've been admiring all day. Don't stop taking pictures on the way. Just make sure you come back, because I put into the schedule, if you check the agenda, an entire group and single picture session. sessions, okay? So you will have time to take pictures with each other, but right now focus on getting food, fluids in your body, because we are coming back. We are having next panel discussion with our delegates and other youth delegates introductions. So thank you very much. 2 p.m. I'll see you all in the room. Thank you.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this. made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Booyah Beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. your tracks today.
Booyah Beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Booyah Beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Booyah Beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today.
become a human rights advocate. This is my calling. My pain has become my purpose. I founded the nonprofit organization Infertility and Pregnancy Loss Support Initiative called Footprints in 2018 after experiencing 3 miscarriages of my own. I felt the lack of empathy in the system and the barbaric practices that take place. In Canada, the US, and all around the world, women are given a pill, sent home to deliver their dead baby, then flush it down the toilet. That is torture. The PTSD I have from flushing my baby down the toilet and the guilt that I carry is something I have to work through every single day. So determined to heal my heart and ensure no other parent goes through what I experienced, I became a voice for the voiceless. How many children do you have? I get asked every single day, whether it's in a questionnaire or just in conversation. A simple question, yet so very complex. You see, if I say I have one, I'm faced with the feeling that I didn't honor the life of my 3 babies. But if I say 4, now I have to go into the explanation of where the other 3 are. I speak about this issue because silence cannot be the marker of strength anymore. I want to break the stigma, and we can't change what we don't dare speak of. Through the death of my 3 babies, I birthed a healing movement. My calling is to help bring peace within women's hearts. We are not alone. We are not barren. We are all mothers of purpose and fathers of destiny. The mandate for Footprints is a 2-part mission. Improve the systems on the front lines to ensure parents get the proper care, information, and emotional support the moment their trauma happens, as well as work with governing bodies to implement proper protocols. I'm changing the healthcare system one hospital at a time. Also to create a worldwide support community to continue the efforts in bridging the gap with emotional and mental health for the following weeks, months, and years. A partnership with my local community and the medical staff paved the way for us to create handmade support bags to be given out on the front lines, as well as mailed all over the world, free of charge. These bags include mental health resource tools, a certificate of life because they count, a Footprints bracelet, a copy of my book, Heroine, and helpful information for men and women to support them in this effort, because men grieve too. We also erected a standing memorial to honor the memory or dream of our babies. I fight for parents' rights as well as contend to make our babies count. I am leading an empathy outbreak. Look around you right now. Someone beside you, in front of you, behind you has experienced infertility or loss or know someone who has. And if you can't relate to my miscarriage experience, I know every single person in here has experienced grief or loss in one way or another. And when we get to that point, we have a shared reality, and we can discover empathy for one another. We must show we care. We must create a safe place to own our stories and our own stories, that we're all sharing a unique human experience. When we can get to that juncture where we hurt for the hurting, we will make great strides to healing humankind. I am in the business of hope. Hope drives change. Hope inspires. Hope heals humanity. Hope provokes peace. Today, I seize the mantle of hope, and I lead the charge of women coming together in solidarity. Let us pick up our miscarried dreams, get expecting with purpose, and breathe fire! Thank you!
Thank you so much for this powerful stuff. I'd like our next speaker to come if he's ready. Elena, ready? Please make your statement.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's great and it is an honor for me to be here with you. First, I want to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you for giving my voice space to be heard and recognized. My appreciation is more than I can put into words. This youth summit comes at a critical time in history, where many events around the world affect our communities more than many people may realize. The youth, now more than ever, are aware that the choices made by those above them can directly or indirectly affect them. With social media and technology at the forefront, anyone from almost anywhere can be immediately updated on events and happenings that can potentially affect them. The youth today are tech-savvy, ambitious self-starters, and future users in their right. Whether it be in their local communities around the world, they are not afraid to make their presence seen and their voice heard on matters near and dear to their hearts. But we must stay aware that many children and young adults around the world invent in our very own eyes. Many of them live and walk through war zones just to get to school. Many must walk miles just to get water for their families. Many of them have to flee their beloved countries just to seek peace in unknown land. Putting their life in safety at risk for the simple things many of us take for granted. Put them at the front of your thought for a moment. Make the experiences tangible. Put yourself in their shoes. It is to a great degree that we must invest in the education, provision, and guidance of our youth today. Young boys and girls are the most vulnerable of us because what they see, hear, learn, and experience at their age affect the outlook of the rest of their lives, especially in underdeveloped countries where they have to forfeit their education due to lack of transportation, care for their menstrual cycles, funds for schools, and they are at risk of child labor, sex trafficking, and child marriage. The youth of today are the trailblazers of tomorrow. We must protect their right, give them a voice in the future, shine a light on their stories, and let them know that they are not forgotten or invisible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up we have Mahmoud. You ready?
Assalamu alaikum, respected guests, delegates from all over the world. I'm Faisal from Islamic Republic of Pakistan, and I'm also the founder of Access to Justice Company and the first legal incubator in Asia. My speech topic discuss the role of human rights for youth development and nation building. Pakistan and the Asia Pacific region is the youngest population in the world. 65% of population in Pakistan is under the 13-year-old age per the UNDP report. So a big challenge for our nation and region is to channelize youth in doing their work and playing their part in nation building. In this context, the role of a human rights leader is very much important because we play our role through ensuring value of human rights in our state and region will also transform and give direction to youth who will need focus to ensure more and more investment in youth-related projects in the world. Human rights leaders are also conducting work in policy transformation and environmental, youth-friendly and capacity building policies. Increasing extremism and peace issue in our region are both very big concern because youth do not have direction. We are also dealing with youth unemployment and systematic infrastructure education issues. Youth are collectively working to create gaps. They are just some many reasons youth employment is critical right now. So addressing these issues through the role of a human rights leader and creating young parliamentary leadership in the nation and world is arguable a civic responsibility for all of us as leaders. To impact our youth in prioritizing the legal field and sustainable development goals and developing into future leadership in the world. As a final note, I want to stress that we must ensure investment in our youth, ensure their values, and focus on creating the future leadership of the world. I hope you will join me in this mission. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next up we have Sharon Abraham, right? Hi everyone, I'm Sharon and I'm representing Australia at the summit. I'd like to start off by defining Australia as a milkshake duck. A milkshake duck is something that looks good on the outside, but the closer you get, you start to see all the cracks and everything wrong with it. To be unassuming, Australia is known for its beautiful beaches, famous landmarks, and dusty red plains. However, beneath the surface, Australia is fraught with human rights violations at every turn. From gendered violence to ecocide and destruction of country, to incarceration of children, to incarceration of Indigenous children as young as 10. The work I have undertaken in my community include calling for climate justice, First Nations justice, minority women's rights, refugee rights, and lobbying banks and corporations about their responsibility to the environment, shareholders, and the general public. Banks are complicit in ecocide as they fund climate-wrecking corporations, and they must be held accountable. When CEOs respond to me by overstating their abysmal and inadequate achievements in tackling climate change, I remind them that any funding towards renewable energy is cancelled out as long as they continue to invest in fossil fuels. The Indigenous peoples of Australia, the First Nations people, and the broader Indigenous community around the world continue to suffer ongoing displacement and dispossession of their land due to colonisation. Land rights are extinguished to make way for more coal mines. Australia is the only Commonwealth country to not have signed a treaty with their Indigenous peoples. First Nations peoples possess invaluable skills and knowledge used for centuries that we must learn from to tackle climate change. Climate justice is First Nations justice. Climate justice is Indigenous people's justice. You cannot have one without the other. I'm also a strong advocate for minority women's rights. In Australia, one woman dies every week at the hands of a former or current partner. And for a woman from a minority background, barriers such as a double bind exist to prevent her from speaking out. The double bind exists when a woman cannot tackle a problem because she faces another obstacle in place. For example, Black women remain silent when she faces domestic violence at the hands of a Black partner, because she does not want to perpetuate the stereotype that Black men are violent, thugs, and are to be feared. Similarly, in India, women face being ostracized from their families and shamed from the broader community if she decides to speak out. Women make sacrifices for their communities over themselves time and time again. Women from minority backgrounds are consistently left out of the conversation and given no place at the table to voice their concerns and experiences. To silence a woman is to enable violence against her because you do not regard her voice, her experiences, her struggles. She is viewed as disposable. Feminism must be inclusive and intersectional, and we must be consulted when it comes to our plights. There is entrenched sexism and misogyny due to the deep roots of patriarchy at the fundamental level of every establishment, but it is possible. Australia is on its fourth wave of feminism, and change is coming, however slow. Thank you.
You guys are amazing, honestly. All of the speeches have been brilliant so far. Oh. Next up, we have Joseph Sompa. Can I see you? If Joseph is not here, I'll put the next one on, and then Joseph, if you can hear me, I will pop you at the end of the running list. So, Emma, you may follow along.
Hello everyone, my name is Iqbal Mamoun. I'm from Sudan, and I also assisted from the United States of America. First, I would like to thank the president of the organization, U.S. Institution for Diplomacy and Human Rights, Mr. Emmanuel Onsha, and the founder of the organization, Mrs. Isabella Valadoyo. I hope I said it right. As the honorable great guests, the delegates, and the great team who put this and have it made it possible for us. Thank you so much for the incredible work. I am honored to be here. I am a human rights consultant at Nobel Peace Initiatives Organization. And I'm here to tell you about Nuba Mountains in Sudan. The Nuba Mountain area is located in the south region of Sudan. The region is home of indigenous ethnic groups, collectively known as Nuba people. They are believed to be descendants of the people who moved there thousands of years ago. Nuba people maintain a strong collective behavior, protected their history and cultural identity, resisting assimilation with others. There is great diversity within the groups. They speak different languages and different cultures. However, they found a common identity as Nuba through their shared mountain. They found a common identity as Nuba through their shared homeland, Nuba Mountains. Unfortunately, they have also shared the history of oppression from the government of Sudan. They have been profoundly marginalized since the independence of Sudan. The reason the area did not grow and develop like other parts of the country. It even was subjected to genocide crimes. There were tens of thousands have been killed in this community by various Sudanese governments, most during the Bashir's regime that was overthrown in April 2019. The worship as the peace is the meaning of people in harmony as a society in that area. That is the community less many cities in Sudan and elsewhere, giving influence in neighboring countries such as Kenya, Uganda, and Egypt, and where they're facing all kinds of hardship and a future full of uncertainty. And the Nobel Peace Initiatives Organization is a non-profit organization working for the Nobel Peace. Determined to building capacity for sustainable life and restoration of peace in that area. By effectively having young men and women to participate in leading their way to the better life and prosperity. Educating, and that's possible by educating them through education and meaningful trainings. The organization created a community capacity building project and took steps implementing despite its humble resources. In 2018, it sent about 20 young men and women to Kenya for that purpose. By 2021, it has sent over 100 young men, men and women to different educational institutions in local colleges and universities. Besides, there are thousands of school age children who have gone without education for decades. That youth gap created a very high rate of illiteracy among young Nuba people. In addition, women and children health need to be addressed urgently. That's why the organization is taking the responsibility to educating the world about the problems that Nuba people face and increase the awareness of their devastating situations through international media. Ultimately, the goal would lead to restoration of peace and prosperity in the Nuba Mountains. Thus, I am reaching out for all kinds of humanitarian agencies and NGOs to partner with us in order to help the Nuba people to restore peace and grow our community again and again. As we know, all of us know, no peace, no rights, no development, no progress. Thank you so much.
Okay, next up we have Joseph, who I think, there you are. Do you want to talk to the stage? Everyone give him a warm welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Joseph, country representative of the International Youth Ambassador, and I am the proud member of the Liberia Constitution Commission. I am grateful to be here to share my experience with you and my contribution in my country. The Constitution and the International Youth Ambassador is one of the oldest and largest youth organizations in Liberia. The Scouts of a lot of young people, schools, city leaders, township, to promote peace and ensure that everyone has equal opportunity. Okay. Africa is not an easy environment to promote and protect human rights. However, the right time to do so is now. Furthermore, as some may doubt, the target group for the promotion of human rights are the young people. As a youth ambassador and a scout, I have been hosting series programs and projects with the city major of Monrovia, Liberia, to promote peace through clean out campaign. Because with peace, you can have hope, opportunity, and you have better education. We also engage high schools and university principals to promote peace in their institution, because without peace, there will be no education. And we provide scholarships for 5 students who were hopeless, because the International Youth Ambassador is an organization that gives hope to the hopeless, that promote peace and ensure that everyone has quality education. Personally, I am undertaking a project that involves having a scout in all the cities and counties of Liberia. in alliance with the Ministry of Education. In this way, messengers for peace, messages. The SDGs, number 4, right to quality education, and other human rights messages. We've cut across the length and breadth of Liberia, and subsequently the rest of Africa. Sorry, the rest of Africa. The Scout is in 172 countries and the youth ambassador around the world. The first-year vehicle carried out for peace. I have the human resource as there are many willing youth, and I am available to work with the team if you are interested in the area to promote peace, education, gender equality, and discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have a duo. We have Diletta DeLuca and Teresa Kim from Human Rights for North Korea. Welcome.
Dear delegates, human rights defenders, and future world leaders. My name is Diletta, and together with Teresa, today we represent the Committee for Human Rights in North Korea, also known as HRNK. HRNK is a US-based, non-governmental, non-profit, non-partisan organization that raises awareness about the current human rights conditions in North Korea by publishing research reports and collecting information about the most secretive country in the world. The work of HRNK would not be possible without the help and support of human rights specialists and defenders, and without the help of those who experience firsthand what it really means to be living in North Korea. In fact, HRNK collects data about human rights conditions and prison camps in the country through satellite imagery and interviews with North Korean escapees who mainly relocated to South Korea and the United States after fleeing the country. As of today, up to 120,000 individuals are believed to be imprisoned in North Korea without due process and under inhuman conditions. Reasons for improvement in imprisonment range from political offenses to perceived threat posed to the stability of the regime. The human rights record in the country is considered to be the worst in the world, where individuals have no access to basic needs, liberties, and rights. In the country's prison and labor camps, inmates are subjected to inhuman conditions and forced labor in mines, industries, or agricultural duties. Families are condemned and imprisoned up to 3 generations without a trial when one member of the family is accused of a crime. Within the camps, individuals face abusive treatments by authorities, such as torture, severe beatings, sexual abuse, and executions. Unfortunately, reports show that extrajudicial killings, torture, and arbitrary and indefinite detention are commonplace in North Korea. Within the camps, people are forced to work for long periods of time every day, from early in the morning to late at night, and this is also the case for children. Forced enslavement is not only confined to prison camps, but it unfolds nationally as well as overseas. Since its establishment in 2001, HRNK has published 55 reports. Extensive research has been conducted on prison camps in North Korea, and research reports have addressed issues including the health and human rights of North Korean children, political prison camps, North Korea's state sponsorship of terrorism, the Songbon social classification system, and the abduction of South Korean and foreign citizens. HRNK defends North Korean human rights at multiple events, just like this one, and among our goals, we hope to support the international community in achieving open borders in the country, provide unlimited information to North Korean citizens, foster good economic principles to encourage companies investing in North Korea to develop a code of conduct, fight malnutrition and guarantee food security for all, develop assistance to the North Korean government to grant and protect human rights of its population. It is HRNK's mission to persistently remind policymakers, world leaders, and the general public that more than 20 million North Koreans need our attention. We need to act now. I now give the floor to Teresa, who will address one of our main research focus at HRNK, analyzing political prison camps and their developments through satellite imagery. Thank you.
Thank you, Diletta, for the comprehensive overview of HRNK and its activities. Hi, everybody. I'm the HRNK International Outreach Fellow. I'm also the head of the Legal Research Division. So, over the past year, HRNK has published 7 satellite imagery reports with analysis on North Korean prison camps. Today, I'll be referring to one prison camp in particular. We call this prison camp Gyohwaso No. 3, and is located in the Toseongli area. Gyohwaso is what we observe as a long-term prison labor facility. The goal of our satellite imagery projects is to achieve North Korean prison reforms that respect human rights. While this has proven to be exceptionally difficult, I would like to share with you why we, as a community of human rights advocates, should be taking concrete action today. HRNK's extensive portfolio of satellite imagery analysis gathers high-resolution photographic evidence of numerous Gyohwaso in North Korea. Diletta and I actually bought a few copies of Gyohwaso No. 3. If you're interested, feel free to approach us. Or you can access our reports online at hrnk.org. But in this particular report, we're able to see satellite images taken from 1968 to 1977, as well as 2002 to 2021. Due to the improvement of satellite imagery technology over the decades, this allows us to discuss the existence of camps using this imagery, which in turn can create momentum for change in achieving North Korean prison reforms. Yet, despite displaying irrefutable evidence of the activities happening inside Gyohwaso No. 3, the North Korean government continues to reject criticisms of abuses happening in these prison camps. This is where we, as youth delegates, can take a role in this issue. The existence of this prison camp exemplifies the need to advocate against the atrocities committed in all North Korean detention camps, as my colleague Diletta had mentioned. As we continue to monitor these camps and its activities, we ask you to speak to your fellow delegates, your colleagues, your local human rights groups, and if possible, your country's governments to help us bring light to this critical issue. I would like to close our speech today by sharing a short message from Do-hyun J. Kim. Do-hyun is actually a HRNK consultant and our social media associate, but most notably, he is also a North Korean escapee. He has not only provided evidence pertaining to the very existence to this prison camp, but continues to bravely share his own experience in order to shed light on the acts of atrocities that continue to this day. Due to time constraints, I'll leave it up to you to listen to his full story. We have a recording uploaded on our YouTube channel, again, HRNK, if you're interested. But there is a message from Do-hyun that he would like to share with all of you. This is the message. Many people around the world are passionate about certain aspects of Korean culture, K-pop, for example, especially those of the younger generation. However, it seems that many people do not know or have somehow forgotten that another aspect of Korean culture exists on the Korean peninsula. One-day Holocaust is in progress there. North Korea, known as the largest prison in the world, holds millions of people crying out in great pain. But their cries are not heard. Their cries will forever be unheard unless we, on the outside, help. You can't just pass by when you see someone drowning in a river crying for help. It is human nature to help those in need, or at least feel sadness deep in our hearts if nothing can be done. Your compassion and your concern for those who are suffering in North Korea can help them to change the situation of their lives. I'm asking for your concern and interest in human rights in North Korea. In doing so, I hope you feel grateful for your freedom, love, and family. Doohyun would like to send his thanks to everyone here. I would also like to thank you for listening to our speech and having an interest in human rights in North Korea. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now have Donnie, can we please? You ready? Yeah? Give everyone a round of applause, guys.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about myself and a chance of sharing with you or with others my personal story. Eleanor Roosevelt said, "It isn't enough to talk about peace." Sorry. Eleanor Roosevelt said, "It isn't enough to talk about peace. One must believe in it, and it is not enough to believe in it. One must work for it." My name is Dunya Tueris. I am from the Holy Land, the land of Christians, Muslims, Jews, and Druze, the land of all kinds. I'm here today to proudly represent the UPC, Universal Peace Council. When I was young, I started thinking about the values of life and my personal message to this world. In this respect, and with time, I discovered that my existence on this earth is directly connected with my giving to this universe. Giving is not the only right thing to do in the sense of helping others. Giving is also the best thing to do in the sense of helping ourselves. It is a product of our heads and of our hearts. Giving is a compound word of both logic and love, where passion meets purpose. I'm not going to talk today about significant things such as refugee crisis or global poverty crisis or disease or inequality, and not even melting great glaciers or burning forests. Yet, I'm going to talk about my personal experiences with the youth in my region. Hence, big changes start with small things. I have started my career as a volunteer at a young age. I had a lot of activities in the social and leadership field as a teenager. When I was a student at the university, I started working in the Department of Informal Education. When I was a student in the university, I started working in the Department of Informal Education and still working in this field till this day. Together with groups of teenagers, we carry out several activities to solve local crises in my village and work on many projects to support the elderly people, children with special needs, and orphans. I see the youth as a connection point between all segments of society. Furthermore, my work with these groups is not only limited to urging them to help others, but also to improve their personal skills and talents. We should love ourselves and develop them in order to love the whole world around us. Our teenagers is our better future. They can be the change we want to see in this world. They can be the generation that takes us from we can to we did. Thank you all very much.
Another excellent speech there. Last we have, not last, second to last, we have Sally.
Good afternoon. After heavy lunch, I hope you have a good dinner. We all human beings. We have the right to live in dignity. My name is Salim Bisal. I came from Israel. I'm representing the Universal Peace Council. I would like to thank Isabel, the founder of the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights, and her great team, and Sheikh Qasim Badr, chairman of the Universal Peace Council, that gathered us here today. I am a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, and I would like to share from my experience some of my and experience. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, I used to treat young children that they was brought in to the clinic, to my clinic, with the complaints of headaches, anxiety, restless sleep, bedwetting at night, frustration, depression, and suicidal thoughts. They didn't want to go to school anymore. Unfortunately, after an investigation, it turned out that they were at school. They were afraid to tell their parents and their teachers. Is this the future that we want for our next generation? I'm asking you. No, of course not. So it's our mission is to change. We have to invest in education, to educate our sons and daughters for peace, forgiveness, to respect and accept each other, no matter what is the other religion or belief is or skin color is. This is the way to ensure peaceful, safer, and psychologically healthier children. So, dear delegates of USIDHR and UBC, let us be ambassadors of change. Let us be the seeds of peace for the sake of our next generation. Thank you all. God bless you.
And our last speech for today is Vijay.
Hi, I'm Jane. I believe most of you already know me from yesterday's speech that I made, and I was very excited about it. I'm from Syria, yes, the country in the news. I want us to take this opportunity, as we are all here, gathered from all around the world, talking about human rights, to talk about the place I belong to.
I flew away from Syria 3 months ago. The war and life situation there is unbearable. But I don't want to talk about the logistics or the war effects. I'm pretty sure that you can Google that if you want to know more. I want to know that as the only Syrian delegates here, I felt the responsibility to talk about Syrians, to talk about me. I'm 27 years old, MIT graduate, TEDx speaker, ex-Erasmus student in Spain, a general manager for a startup based in London for parenting consultation and children's rights, and I have a project that provides educational consultation for Syrian youth. I believe I'm a good person who loves new experiences and love meeting new people. Telling me you don't look, you don't seem, you don't act Syrian after you know this, or after you see that I'm a white person or I speak language with a good accent is not a compliment. It's a prejudgment for 16 million people, for my people, my community, the people I grew up with and will forever be part of them. This is who we are. We are ambitious, dedicated, educated, resilient, passionate, and expanders. I think it's important to get words' attention to a very basic note. Syrians are different. We don't look the same, we don't speak the same, and most definitely, we don't behave the same. Don't lock us in one model, and judge us based on it, and expect us to follow it. Accept the fact that there are many versions of us, and we are diverse. We are different, and that's okay, because we are human, and it's our right. Thank you.
Okay, so we have our last panel of the day. So I believe I did text everyone to let everyone know who the panel speakers were, but let me grab my list. I know that we have Dr. Bishop Sullivan, Fatima Tania, Professor Martha on this panel. So if you guys are going to make your way up to the center of the stage, and we're going to put some music on while we have a little bit of the furniture rearranged.
And while we are waiting for the furniture arrangement, I thought about everything that I've heard today, everything that we've heard today from these young leaders, from those who are going to go back to their country, to their nation, from those here representing an organization, those representing their religions, those representing their nation. We are all here for one purpose, and that is human rights education for all. And from the speeches, I realized once more the need of having this being taught in schools. Unfortunately, not many are so fortunate or lucky as Mujan or others who have been able to get from their place to go into another country and study, develop a foreign language, develop new skills. Unfortunately, there are so many who need our help. And the way to help them is obviously advocating for their rights. It's obviously helping other people understand how they can help other people. Because we all came here with the same purpose. I want to make an impact. I want to help others. And I had this dream once. I had this dream that I participated, and let me back for a second. I want to acknowledge each and every one of you for making the effort of traveling here, of being here in Istanbul, and specifically at this Youth Summit. I know you made an actual effort. I know because I was once in your place. I was talking with a few of you, and I told you, when I was invited to be a delegate at the United Nations, I didn't have money. I didn't have anything paid for me. I had to travel from my area there, New York City, Manhattan. It's an expensive area. I had to pay for my hotel. I had to find a local sponsor, as many of you did here. I remember my team and I reading all the messages, all the emails that you guys sent us, and many others who unfortunately were not able to come here. And I want you to know this. All those efforts were for a purpose, because the fact that you're here, now you need to go back and actually start implementing. That's how I started. In life, sometimes it's easier to step into the footsteps of somebody else, to follow the same path that somebody else beforehand did, and don't wait for the wheel to be reinvented. I was telling you yesterday in my opening the human rights leader training, this is your way. I want you that tomorrow, when you go home, or if you choose to spend a few more days here in Istanbul, when you go home, to start implementing all the teachings from yesterday, all the teachings from today, the training sessions, and even the little bits of talks that you got with each one of you. The interactions you got in the hallway, the interactions you got in the coffee breaks, the interactions you got here behind, like next to the stage. I want you to go home with those. And I want you to implement. So your next step when you go home, and this is not my closing speech, okay? But waiting for a new panel to show up on stage, which we kept to the last. I want you to understand that your next step now, when you are going home, all these nice pictures, don't just post them on your social media for your friends and family to see, because they are already proud of you. It's a big achievement you being here. Use them to build your career in human rights, in advocacy, in any one of those fields that Manuel was talking to you about. Use these pictures. Do a press release. Show what you can. Be proud of the fact that you represented your country, your organization at this summit. Because if you don't use this, and you don't have to use it one day, 1 month. The next 2-3 months, you should use all the videos, all the pictures that you got here at this summit to advance your career. Unless you do that, you're not going to be able to succeed. Or you will be, but it will take much longer. Don't go home and say, I have exams. I have exams too. I'm doing my doctorate currently, so when I go to sleep, in the US, it's the morning time, so I'm doing my papers for my doctorate, okay? Everyone here needs to do multiple tasks. But that's not the thing, because eventually life will happen when you go back to your community, when you go back to your country. So I want you to not forget to promote the good works, to promote your speeches, to promote yourself as a human being, because that's what you are going to need as a career leader, as a human rights leader. Okay, so without further ado, I would like to invite now my distinguished panelists here. Please, Bishop Marta Fatimata, please join me on the stage. We can begin the panel. Applause. Thank you. Okay, so who do we have here? We have Marta Turalt, okay, the United States, and my state is North Carolina. Perfect.
My name is Fatima Gagnon, and I'm originally from Senegal, and I live in the United States.
Thank you.
I'm Bishop Dr. A.E. Sullivan, and I'm from the United States, formerly from Pennsylvania, and recently now living in Georgia.
Should I do it? I'm Isabel Beloy. I live in Washington, D.C. So as you can see, we have here the North American and the U.S. Delegates representing our country and our regions, specific regions. So I don't want to repeat myself, all the different panels, all the talks, but I want to hear from your perspective, because many times when people hear about the United States, they think the land of the freedom, they think the American dream, they think that human rights are so respected in the United States and that the United States is the pinnacle of where human rights become human rights for all. And while that might be true in many, many cases, I want you to tell me some of the issues you've been dedicated so far in tackling in your region, in your specific region, either on the educational side or not, helping the human rights in your community. So, Lisa.
Okay, that's a lot. I've encountered and worked with human rights, civil rights, and social justice issues in America. And as said, just like other countries, there's a perception that people have. As I've traveled abroad, people think that all Americans are rich, have a lot of money, which is not true. But in the States, and what I fought for in Pennsylvania, I fought for voting rights. And we had, at the time, Pennsylvania had the worst voter suppression laws in the nation. And we overturned those laws because if we're going to truly be a free country, everyone has the right to vote. We also fought for prisoners' rights, because even if people are sentenced to certain time in jail, they're still human beings, and they need to be treated as such. And we did inspections of prisons, that there were certain parts of the prisons there were no cameras. And the guards would take prisoners in those areas, those dark areas, and beat on them or make them fight each other. And you wouldn't think that would happen in America, but it does. And we forced their hand through multiple ways to get them to put cameras in those areas so that inmates would no longer be abused. Because here's a reality. Pennsylvania has the most exonerees in America of any state. And that's people that have been exonerated for their crimes. They were in jail and they were not guilty. And so there was even a fight for that, whether it was testing or what have you, so that could determine who was innocent. Now, there's other people in there that even though they were guilty and admitted to such, they still need to be treated humanely. And so wherever we go, whether it was on jobs, in the business sector, in the educational sector, we have to fight for the human rights and the civil rights of individuals. And my background, most of my family, we have background from African American, Black culture, but then also Native American. And each group suffered its own injustices over the years. And so I've been a part of fighting for Native Americans, which were some of my ancestors, and then I fought for African Americans who many times in America have gone through many types of abuses. But not just those groups, also Hispanic groups and others we fought for. And it's so much different than what people think. I myself have gone through certain things, and here's the challenge. When you fight for human rights and civil rights and social justice, and you're successful at it, you become a mark. You become a target. And if I had time, which I don't, I can tell you I've been through something that no pastor ever went through in the history of Pennsylvania. 341 years. I suffered from something, not because I broke the law, but because I had influence and I was always speaking at our state capitol and helping groups that had no voice and were being marginalized. And I'm thankful for the opportunity to fight for people, and I don't regret it, even with all that I had to go through and suffer through. I'm thankful for it. So when I've gone overseas, it was different, because a lot of what I've done going overseas had to do with leadership training and with ministry, church, missions, etc. But a lot of what I've done in America had to do with human rights, civil rights, social justice, and our work is not done. There's so much more for us to do, and though the United Nations plays a role, and though our governments play a role, we all play a role, and we need to educate our families, our friends, our community, because the more people we have, the more we can get done. And I leave with you a quote. The late Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And so we all need to fight for one another and for various groups that are going through so much. And that's just a little bit.
Thank you so much, Bishop Sullivan. Definitely, I got goosebumps, and that's exactly the thing that I wanted to capture, because a lot of the people, not necessarily who are in this audience, but a lot of the people I spoke with in my travels in the world, they don't realize the social issues, realities that we are facing in America, the criminal justice system that we need to help, the veterans that we need to help, the people in jail who are trying to be rehabilitated. So I hope that the summit will be an inspiration for you and also your community as well, to give you that force that's like, I do the right thing. I do the right thing, because I know you do that. So Fatimata?
Yes, I will start with, in 2016, I went through domestic violence. So for someone that never stepped in a police station, I never had any leadership, I never even feel so assured. So it was very intimidating. I didn't know that help existed when they introduced me to pro bono lawyers and interpreters. At that time, I wasn't speaking English at all. So I felt so grateful. And throughout my journey, I saw many African women that was going through the same thing and didn't have no idea that help exists. So through the Imam also and some organizations like Ikram Foundation and the BC Person Center, I'm able to, I'm kind of like a bridge between the survivors and the organization. So I have helped many African women and American also to go to shelters, and I always empower them. I'm always at the core, supporting and physically and emotionally pushing them to go through.
Thank you so much. Fatimata, actually, I was very, her and I, we know each other for quite some years, but I was so surprised to see her at the Youth Summit, and I'm very, very happy that you came to share your story. Thank you, thank you. Martha, please.
Okay, I'm new to the human rights scene, but I can tell you the thing that I see the most is bullying in schools. And the child that's being bullied because they may be different or have some disability, and they're judged, and people laugh at them, and then they feel bad about themselves, so they have low self-esteem. And I would like to have, but what I would do is have a program where they learn empathy, have groups, and let one, say a bully, treat another child, and let them see how it feels to be on the other end of it. I think that would bring some enlightenment to the youth in schools, and also maybe reduce school shootings and mental health issues. There are so many problems, and it's so divided right now in the United States. It's not happy place because they want to talk and fun.
Thank you, Martha. Please applause. I hear problems, I hear solutions, I hear new thoughts, or maybe you are hearing also new thoughts about what is left to be done in America. And we all realize that it's a lot. And we, as advocates in America, we need to go globally to share this so that more people are aware, because more people coming together, we will be able, united, to make one. I have a saying that I like, and I love Bishop Sullivan that you share a quote for Dr. Martin Luther King, because in the end, I'm thinking that civil rights movements, all human rights movements, were started with people. People like me, people like you, who believe in change, who believe that we can do something about it. And sometimes I don't like to wait or point fingers, wait for our governments, wait for the United Nations, wait for God, wait for anyone to do something. We just need to believe in ourselves that we can do. I was writing a book dedication yesterday, and for each one of you, I wrote a different dedication, because we need to believe that we can make that impossible possible. So with that thought in mind, I want to ask you, I know, Fatima, that you might have been participating previously at this kind of global events, but I know, Martha, your first global event, this time, your first one,
Yes,
globally, of this type. Yes, so all of them are pristine to this. I want to know, what was it that impressed you? Or it can be like a discussion you had with another delegate, a moment in a speech that you captured on stage, something that made you think, wow, I really like that. I want to take that thought home and start implementing it. So I'll leave the floor to you. I can give you a few moments to think about what was the exact thing that stood in your mind.
I think it's earlier when I think someone was talking here on the podium. I thought that I was ready now to go home and call out people that stand up for people, so we can all figure out what can we do to have a real impact on people's lives.
Excellent. Are you guys sharing this thought? You're ready to go home? You're ready? You're ready to go home and start implementing what you thought. Excellent. Thank you. Martha, any thoughts? I know you love a lot of things here because you've been sharing with me. What is one best thing that you'd like to share that you love during this experience?
I just really like to meet people and learn about their cultures, because it's important to me. And I have connected most with Joseph because he says that they need education for young girls in Libya. Liberia. Sorry. And so I'm going to try to get involved and help with that.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Bishop Sullivan.
There were so many great things said. I was touched by my friend representing UNICEF, and she said some powerful things. I heard someone today, I believe from Canada, real life superhero, heroine. She said some great things. I heard a young lady representing Australia said some good things about women's rights. So for me, I was gleaning from various ones, and I've met so many, even conversations at lunch or breakfast with people from all over, from Canada to, DRC, to all the various places. And I didn't want to start naming because someone will say I forgot their country. But there's so many people here from places I've been before. And I love traveling abroad and learning about different cultures and different people. And there's some things that our countries have different, but then there's a lot of issues we all have in common. And so I've taken something from all of you, and really honored to be in Turkey, my first time being here, and I love this gathering. And each and every one of you said something. Don't think what you said wasn't important, because I pay attention to everything, even those that's up here with me now. And I've gleaned and taken that. One thing that really sticks out more than anything is yesterday when we did the case study. And even that, and listening to what other groups had to say, because each group came up with some similar things and some different things. Even that helps when you go back home and you think about, oh, I can interject some other thoughts. So I thank all of you for your sacrifice of coming and sharing your story. It means a lot, and you never know how far it goes. It's like throwing that stone and causing that ripple. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sullivan.
I would like to ask you the first thing about bullying at school, because that's my son's first year of school. He's in kindergarten, and he's been bullied for a month. I think that would be a great idea if someone goes to the schools and educate the bullies to be in the place of the other one. I think that would be perfect.
Exactly, I agree. And like a big part of my presentation yesterday, that's what I've done like multiple times in my life, going into schools, teaching kids about bullying. And it's not only protecting them against being bullied, but it's also teaching others who can intervene when bullying happens. So I agree with you and Mark and everyone here that we need to show more empathy. We need to show more respect for one another, and that's a good thing to take out from this conference, from this summit. Yes, you want to add something, Mark?
I just want to say that I'm so happy to meet all of you, and I'm honored to have been invited here. I'm going to take back, I heard a lot of stories, and I'm going to take them back and digest and think about it, and then decide upon what I want to do next, after I do the other things that I want to do with the bullying empathy program.
Thank you so much. And Martha is a very good heart, and a lot of you here actually don't know the fact that Martha helped 2 other delegates come here to the summit. So that says a lot about her. So thank you. We are honored to have you here. Good. So that was our panel discussion for the USA part of it. Thank you very much for listening to us. Please big round of applause. Let's take a group picture. Okay. Good. So let me give this microphones. Okay, so let's review our program, and right now basically we are about to take a break. You guys need a break? You guys want a coffee break? But before we all head out of the room, I want to give you some logistical instructions. What's going to happen next? We are at the end of our program. We've been through all the youth introductions. We've been through all the speeches. We've been through all these panel discussions. We soaked so much information. Now it's time to get rewarded for that information. Things are not enough. I already said so many times that we are grateful for you coming here, for your participation. Before we head out and when we come back, I want to acknowledge my team. Because without my team, and you've been seeing them all around, you've seen some of them on the stage, you saw how great they are, you know? I am very happy and grateful, and I've been blessed with such amazing people in my life. Staff members, volunteers, many of you want to join us, and I want you to give a big round of applause for the Thank you. With that said, actually having contacts into another country, from us having to handle at the same time. Part of the team was in Romania dealing with the refugees. Part of the team stayed in Washington, D.C., and they're still in Washington, D.C., creating programs with the Hispanic community. Some of them came here early to help put together this wonderful event for you, and I hope you all enjoyed it. We are not ready to conclude. We will take the short break I'm talking about, and what's going to happen. I don't want for the award ceremony, for the certificates of participation in the human rights leader. We do not want each one of you to come, say your name, let's find your certificate, because that's going to take so long. I know everyone is tired. I know everyone wants to take the time to take more pictures with one another rather than coming. So my team and I, what we actually thought about and we prepared, we brought the certificates outside in the coffee break. So while you're enjoying your coffee, your cookie, you can get their tables from A to B. It's the first name, guys, okay? So it's first name, not last name. A, B, C to D, I think you'll see the tables out there. You get your certificates, okay? The human rights leader, the certificate, don't lose them. Keep them with you, because what we'll do next, we'll do on the stage. So one of my staff members will read the name. You come with the two certificates in your head. We'll just do the photo op picture, because that's the important part, okay? And then you'll go to this side of the stage. So that everyone, we have a smooth rotation. At the end of it, there are so many names. But at the end of it, hopefully once we get this flow, very easy. You come through there and you go to take your picture, go there. At the end of it, we will do a group picture. So that means you will help us move all these chairs around. We'll be here sitting in the front of the stage, and we will try our best, having the photographer be on high top chairs to actually take a group picture of all of us with our certificates. I hope some of you did not change, because I want you to be in your traditional costume if you have one. As you can see, I don't know if I have a chance to show you, but in the United States, we don't really have traditional costumes. So I was very So in my left side, I have the Bill of Rights. In my right side, I have the Declaration of Independence. This is my traditional shawl. I think it represents not only the United States, but it represents me, my personality, what I stand for. So that's what we do. So now let's take that break, and we will come back here at what time? 4 o'clock. So we have 30 minutes break. 4 o'clock, everyone here, please don't be late. You're always late. I'm telling you instructions, you're always late. So I will yell at you to come back here. So we do the award ceremony. Then at 7 p.m., we'll go into a bubble. We'll get more announcements about that by that time. Okay, thank you.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
worry about. It's checked. Get homework help customized to your courses, including access to over 40 million textbook solutions, expert Q&A, and step-by-step.
انا مش لاقي تليفوني بيقول لي دايما تقولوا يا جماعه استريح في المنشأ طلبوني يا جماعه انا شكلي في
Yeah, we're live, guys. You are here, just to, our delegates have fun here. Say hello, everyone. There was some days before we give. You like it? You like it? Wonderful.
Yoga popülerlik ekransı sistemin belirsiz kredili. Öğrenci kendisi deneyim.
It's okay, guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Did we have fun? Are we having fun? Let's have the last music, and after that, let's sit down, okay?
1631.
Okay, it's working now upstairs to here.
Take a seat, guys. Come on.
What a dance, what a dance, what a day, what a few days. I see the excitement knowledge. There were some issues with certificates outside. Apologies personally on behalf of the organization. But the explanation of that is there were some people who did not confirm their time of arrival and flight information. So we assume you are not coming, obviously. However, everyone, including those who has a printed or a handwritten name on their certificate, it's still a valid certificate, but as an added option, we will send everyone a soft copy of your certificates, okay? So even if you have a handwritten certificate right now, we will also send you the soft copy of both of your certificates, the Human Rights Leader one and the certificate of participation. Then I spoke with so many of you, and I think, and I hope you guys enjoyed this event so far. Unfortunately, we had some issues in realizing this event here. So when we arrived, as mentioned, we were in Romania, some people were here. The medals that we promised for the full experience, in case you're wondering, they are stuck in customs. We've been trying our best to recover them for the past week. Unfortunately, they did not arrive in time. So again, apologies for that. What we are going to do with that, we are going to ship you to your home. Doesn't matter if you're living in Somalia or anywhere, we are going to ship it to your home. We are going to send you an email probably next week. Just give us a couple of days, please, to kind of like recover after this, to give you, to ship you the certificate at home or the address of your preference.
Quick question. Can we have the PowerPoint presentations later?
So for that, PowerPoint presentation. My presentation from yesterday is already available in the app in the materials sections. So in the materials section of the app, I've already put my presentation. Tonight we are going to add Olivia's presentation, Manuel's and Anne's presentation, and Mr. Tahir's presentation. And any of the guest speakers who wants to provide materials or anything, we can provide it to the app. That's why we got that for you. Any other questions that I can answer right now before we begin the ceremony? No? All set? Perfect. Thank you all so much. I'll give the microphone to Olivia. I'm just going to be here for a picture, and let's start the flow. If we can have and I want you to give a big round of applause also for our SMD team here. You have been amazing. We have so many hours each day. They've done tremendous job, and we are so lucky to have them. Thank you very much. So some ceremonial music on the background, if it's possible, but very loud so we can hear the names. Thank you.
Okay, so first up we have Aisha Hamid. Abdulsalam Ali. We have Abdulkani Omar Abdulkani. Abdul Razak bin Sheikh. Abdul Razak. Abdullah Suleiman. Abdullahi Muhammad. Adam Abdullah. Adam Dietrich. Adrian Perez. Ahmad Mohammed Farab. Ajirium Umabilieta. Aisha Takuma Rashid. AKND Nazirul Mudi EGHJABD Rahman. Sorry. Ali Safu. Khalifu. Apologies. Alusini Benya. Amal Faraz Nagi. Ansong Ayman. Aksa Amin. Asimi Makin. Asma El Sarafe, Atsidi Demeke, Atumhe Zafin, Augusto Beltran, Ankiyo Langley Valkan, Awaso,
Aya Kari, Ayman Kakra, Aysen Yuntum, Bahri Najib, Balogh Khan, Benson Dennis Saram, Bishop Dr. A.E. Sullivan Jr., Blaze Hunter, Blaze Lacoste. We have two Blazes from Canada. C.D. Ogeja, Celestine Sagabo. I'm going to give the photographer a pic. Because we now have a line for it. Beautiful pictures, guys. Yeah, we have a lot of names on here because we have a lot of people also watching from home, and we're really sad that they can't join us, but we're reading like the names out so that you know that we're thinking of you, we know that we wish you were here with us. So we have Celestine Sagabo, China Tujani, Chamberlain Lubomasi, Chiring Alana. We have quite a significant one. Fatima Saba. I love watching people's photographs. Christoph Shabani Kumelu, Cindy Sudoko, Clement Messi Arnold NBA, Danielle Hale, Daniela Esmeralda, we have Deborah Anaki Vasquez Orate, Derek Botwick, Dilara Enrique, we have Violetta Luca, Dina Abusfat, Tanya Kapiz, Nancy George, we have Dr. Shirley Small Kabalawata, Dr. Andrew Bass, Edward Rupelik, Eduardo Domingo, Edward Andrew Bale, Ekbal Mahmoud, Hussein Alimarianji,
बड़ी प्यारी है
Ebono Nikumura, Isaias, oh, sorry, Eunice Waswa, Eusebio Sugo, Fatima Fatimata Nian, Ferial Kasi, Firas Kasa, Lori Elodie Jumonani Washmo, Francis Nolanga, Fritz Sheshak, Gertrude Zabaka Gabalasi, Giselle Cruz, Gerald Bolstein, Gilbert Ocampo, Glenda Stevens, Hale Shufi, Osh, Asna, Hassan Al-Hajib, Helen Alethea, Henry King, Yuma Jamil Baha, Hussein Ismail, Ibikuro Onsimarato, Ida Otash, Ilda Mexico, India Bodian, Jalal Khaled, James Ibitoki, I'm sorry, Jaquan Bryan, Jean Labola, Jean Rodney Lewis, Jadala Rowe, Teresa G. Young Kim, Jennifer Sumoke, Jesse Rancharan, Joseph Camel Jr., Josh David Hikubuayo, Kameli Dickinson Wilfred, Carol Anderson,
Tell them to not come in front.
Hania Bilal, Hazib Ladush, Ibadiso Edith Mutaban, Kennedy Chief Kuma, Kenneth Chinedu Balaji Chibenro, Bassett Mahmood,
Your name is Bassett, right?
Harul Anwar Mansur, Kyle Zaman, Ibram Kailu, Kimberly King, Leif Alata, Lexi Ahmad, Lildred Figueroa, Lohan Rudra Ghosh, Lujane Al-Baghadi. I'm sorry if this pronunciation is bad, I'm really trying. Lupin Cabangonza, Lucinda Uribe, Luis Pierre, McKennedy Lewis, Maha Swaid, Marwan Hamoud, Makala Fabione Butsuene, Mango Family Winning Senior, Mark Arthur and Mark, Joseph Sabok, John Bond, Maria Tavares, Marie Dominique Martin Yankosiki, Mario Guillombo, Martha Terrell, Marcia Amin, Matej Keka, Mabungo Olivier, MD Farouk Hussein. Yay, we have people in the room. MD Shian Sadiq,
Gatom, Brian West, Michelle Adams, Michelle Thompson, Mohammed Abdallah, Muhammad Ali, Muhammad Ali Dor, Mohammed Jad Saraj, Mohammed Ahmad, Mohammed Al-Jamali, Mohammed Wali, Sheikh Abdi, Mohammed Rehman, Muniza Neri, Mustafa Shalizi bin Muhammad, Naaman Ammar, Natalie Witt, Luenta Hago Patrick, Olumide Arianibo, Oluma Oluwati Bilyar, Olusegun Kadar, Oluwaseun Ogunbi, Omar Dalla, Orkan Yashirili, Osama Abdelgawad, Patrick Kabanga Luanga, Paul Kamwengi, Paul Hitman, Petra Johanna Sasanga, Poppy J. Romero, Adib Lama, Queen Luther Blakely, Rabah Halabi, Rafika Abidi, Rakib Hekmuel, Ramla Jibrin Usman, Rasha Al Khatib, Rashid Abdul, Ralizo Toledo, Jaber, Henderson, Reina Leoni, Raveen Ahmed, Romy Manassa, Sage Vance, Mohammed Anas, Salih Hassan, Samar Mullah, Samaya Tabassum, Samuel McCullough, Sarah Kasuga, Saulo Fajada, Saidina Usman Son, Sharon Brown Mummy, Sharon Maria Abraham, Sharon Shazad, Sharon Abraham, Shkan Nazda, Sidi Kamara. We have a narrow one line.
मेरी भी ऐसी बना देना तुमने मेरी वीडियो में क्लिक के मारे या तो वैसे क्लिक ले लेती वीडियो कैसे बनाती हाँ फिर मैं ब्लर आई है वीडियो
We have Smile, Uchenbe, Singala, Saad Muhammad, Zohar Ghanem, Staniska Naziba Sonia, Sylvia Lacey Miller, Sylvia Dundar, Kawir Ahmad Wani, Heslin Al-Gafi,
हाँ बड़ी मजे की आई है ये देखें
Suba Ezembo Mashinos,
आपकी बारी में
Umu Rabiu, Benita Kumari, VJ Anna, Muzumuzi Dubey, Wafa Saeed, Wahab Khaled, Whitney Ledoux, Yusuf Salama,
प्रेजेंट कर रहे हो आप लोग हाँ वही ना हाँ
Vadet, Yvette Michelle Roche, Zaid Shawara, Zaman Shah, Zil Mahmoud, Zornshadi Blandon,
जिले उमा का नाम पता कैसे लिया जिलमर अच्छा हाँ जिलमर यस
Mohammed Sadeh,
ओके पिक्चर
Reza Zadeh, Asman Omer, Irimi,
मैंने सबको रेडी कर दिया आपको मुझे इसको और उसको भी और मेरी बारे में सिर्फ एक ही था
Whoever's name is not on this list, please come to the stage and I will read it for you because I think I may have read the wrong list. And you move Kiri? Delay tomorrow.
पॉलिटिशियन हमारे हो गए सारे हो गए सारे हाँ रेडी हाँ हाँ
Everyone make sure you come up and get a picture of your shade if anyone. Zuri. Osama Mohammed Muhammad. Felipe Fernandez. Anastasia Baladani. We also have Julia Licho, Joseph Riley. Yvonne Sineshki Riley. Anyone who has not had a picture, please come to the stage. Yeah, guys, remember if I haven't called you, then please just come to the front and we'll make you miss out on pictures and certificates.
Yeah. I can speak. Yeah. I like my native language, I can speak. Excuse me. Excuse me. Siri bir saniye.
Abdul Mustafa Shabazzi Jamaat.
Oh, it's in the card.
Well, that was it, good people. Thank you everyone for joining us. I declare the Youth Summit 2022 officially closed. Thank you everyone for joining us. It has been fantastic few days to spend together in another country, in another culture. We learned so much from each other. So many of you got the chance to experience for the first time in 88 years, to go to Hajj last night and pray. We are here still in the holy month of Ramadan. I appreciate all the efforts that you have done, not only to come here, but also to come here during the holy month of Ramadan. I know how hard it was for you all. So thank you everyone from the bottom of my heart. And I want you to keep this in mind. I do this because I want you to continue to legacy. At one point in my life, after I've done so many trainings, I've trained so many individuals myself, more than 15,000 people, I realized I made a calculation. It's not going to serve me my entire life to train each day, 24 hours a day, everyone in my life. For that reason, you are now certified, given the right leader, and you can take this legacy to other people. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Thank you all. This ceremony is closed, so now we can start partying. Thank you. So, announcement for the yacht party. We have a yacht party tonight for the fully experienced and sponsored delegate. Okay, so yacht party tonight. We have buses coming to pick us at 7 o'clock. 7:30? 6:30, everyone needs to be downstairs in the lobby. We are going to go on the buses to the ship. What's going to happen in the ship? We are going to party. We have music, we have good food, we have dancers, we have a whole new experience with some food section. Yeah. And besides that, so we experienced sponsored delegates. And besides that, all the water was, if you didn't get your ticket for tonight because the dinner is included, you can see my team or go to the app and actually get your ticket. So instead of going out, get a dinner on your own, you can come join us on on the ship. It's gonna be great. The Bosphorus, this is what you came for, I promise you. Last but not least, I would like you to help me acknowledge our sponsors for this event. And I've been talking with a few of you here, and many have told me how extraordinary this is. So let me get a round of applause. With this extraordinary venue, the food, the entertainment, the stage, the presenters, everyone, you liked it? You enjoyed it? Yes? Wait to see tonight what we have prepared for you please don't really use my card. So wait to see tonight what we have on the ship. But I want to acknowledge together with you our sponsors at this talk who were able put this ceremony, to put this yacht party together for us, how did the hotel to arrange everything? Because as you noticed, I did not speak Turkish. Not yet, I said, so maybe you can be here for a while. But I want to acknowledge our sponsors at baseball and all the other sponsors at Camp Africa, UNICEF, all the other sponsors at Cisco, Sierra Lake, everyone who has participated in a way or another to help not only the event to be put together, but also individual delegates who are actually coming. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you on the ship tonight. Thank you. Oh, and the group picture, that's what they were telling me. Okay, so here's how that can work. Here's how that can work. Meeting your sponsors. Hello. So I think you need to get a very high chair. Somewhere there, and then we are going to move all these chairs, and everyone will be seated here. So some of us will be like on the stage, and some here, and we will do rows like this, okay? So let's try to do this, but let's move the chairs on the side, because we are going to need them. With a flag, so if you have a flag, a little one, or big one, please bring them with you, bring them with you. Okay, let's see if I can organize this. Everyone, come on, guys, help us some chairs around here. Some of the young leaders here, young certified human rights leaders, please move some chairs around. No, I don't want chairs here, please, because the brother is not being seen. So please, we should not have chairs here. Okay. Okay, everyone take your seat, and if needed, I'm gonna move it, okay? So in the first row, I want to see only 300 UNICEF and us, okay?
Hold on.
Okay, let's see how this looks like. What are you organizing? I'm nowhere. I'm here. Let's see. Anything that's better from there to here? So I'm going to need some space somewhere between waffle and one. Somewhere there, we can make some space for me so that I can over there. Yes. guys should make some space. You can take a picture. My staff and volunteers, please, take a picture. Please, please, please. I'm going to be the last one to jump into the picture, okay? There you go. Very much. How are we? How are we? Doing good? We're getting the two banners. Do you need anything else over there? Right. So, are we looking clear? Should I jump in? Okay. Okay, so now everyone ready? Tell me, if you all see that camera in front of you, that means you also can be seen by that camera, okay? So let's do Mr. Photographer, I want you to tell us, like, like taking pictures and say, good, continue to smile, take care, smile, smile, smile. So you can take as many pictures as you want, don't move. Then you can take a shot also with us. Waving shot, okay? For the waves, don't wave like that. We wave here, okay? So that you look like we're moving or something. And ideally, we should all be very happy in the picture. So, come on, guys, let's get the break together. 1, 2, 3, is everyone ready? Let's do it.
Hey guys, thank you so much for watching, this online, and I want to make sure, you have some time to enjoy. Right now we will take off from the summit, and looking forward for the next one, okay? Love you all, and have a wonderful day there where you are, night or morning, okay? Thank you so much. We love you from Istanbul. God bless you all. Bye.